All right, we'll commence the second day's proceedings. Mr. Parrish, your next witness.
Thank you, Commissioner. My next witness is Sarah, spelt S-A-R-A, Haslinger, H-A-S-L-I-N-G-E-R.
Ms. Haslinger, you're required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence that you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haslinger. Any time this morning you have a break for obvious reasons. Let us know.
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Haslinger, can I start with a bit of background? Can you tell me how long you've lived in the Shire area and what your job experience in the area is?
So I think I've been here since 2017. My extended family, my parents, have been down here for about 20 years. So we've been around the Shire as a family for a long time.
Thank you.
As far as work goes, I'm a lawyer by trade, but I do some traditional legal work, but I also do a lot of local government, local, state and Commonwealth levels consulting.
Do you do legal work in the Shire area or outside of the...
I have done a little bit of legal work in the Shire area. I have I've acted for Wingecarribee Shire Council a number of years ago when I was in a previous role. There were a couple of construction disputes. That's an area I've worked in. I was a barrister, so in construction law. But most of my work is in Sydney.
Thank you. You've provided a submission with the support of the Friends of Wingecarribee. Can you please explain who they are?
Friends of Wingecarribee is a not-for-profit group, I think, technically, or some kind of association, and they're involved in education and assisting people who want to potentially run for council or support people who want to run for council, I think.
Thank you. And you've provided a submission with a particular focus on the bushfires of 2019, 2020. Can you tell the inquiry why that's particularly personal to you?
Yes, the fires that jumped over the Shoalhaven River early January, my husband and I had agreed that if the fires jump over the Shoalhaven River, we would evacuate our home in Exeter. And they jumped and we, on RFS advice, stayed at home, but then the fires came up through Bundanoon, and on the 4th of January we lost our home at about 10 p.m.
You've given some evidence in your submission about your experience of an extraordinary meeting of the council after the bushfires in January 2020. Was that the 29 January 2020 meeting?
Yes.
And did you attend that meeting in person?
Yes.
Can you tell me about your experience at that meeting?
I'd sought permission to speak at that meeting. By that stage, I'd met quite a few people who'd lost their homes across the Shire, and there were quite a few of us who had lost our homes in the fires who had decided to attend that meeting. And I wanted to speak in particular about the issue of development application fees not being waived by council, and the experience that many of us who lost our homes was the experience we were having when we were relating with the council in any way, whether it be community meetings or just trying to understand what was going on that recovery period.
Yes, you lost your home, was it the 4th of January, and the meeting was on the 29th of January. Can you tell the inquiry about your experience in dealing with council after you lost your home but before that meeting on the 29th of January?
So in the early days, the first thing that comes to mind was that it was as if council didn't exist. Part of the experience was that council just wasn't there. There was very little support, there was very little activity, there was very little voice of council in those early days, other than council coming out and saying that they would not waive development application fees. That was in the media. Other than that, there just wasn't really anything. There was no acknowledgement for those of us who'd lost our homes. There was no sense of procedure or any process to be involved in. We were just kind of flailing, waiting to understand what we needed to do.
Do I take it from that then, in the period prior to the meeting on 29 January, any information or communication from the council was predominantly through the media? Is that
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, I don't remember receiving anything before the 29th of January from council in relation to losing our home. Yeah.
Thank you. And did you in fact speak at the meeting on 29 January 2020?
Yes.
Can you tell me about your experience in speaking at that meeting?
To be frank, I've seen it once on video. I'll never let myself watch it again. It's quite horrendous. When I watched it, which was maybe a year ago now, I watched myself in extreme trauma. You know, I'm a public speaker, I'm a litigator, I'm very comfortable public speaking, and yet on that day I was just in extreme grief and anger and trauma, trying to explain to council what we, those of us who'd lost our homes, what we needed and expected from council, and it felt it was landing on deaf ears. And so as I spoke, it was highly emotional and a very difficult sort of, 5 minutes, I guess.
Landing on deaf ears, do you mean by that you don't feel like, when you were speaking at this meeting, that the councillors were taking on board what you were saying or empathising with what you were saying? Is that what you mean by that?
I think councillors and senior staff in council, it felt that there was no engagement in what I was saying from any of them.
And after that meeting, can you tell me about your experience with dealing with either councillors or senior staff? Was that a good experience, a bad experience, or a neutral experience?
Horrendous.
In what way was it horrendous?
So contact over those weeks and months with council. With councillors, it was only at either that council meeting or at community meetings that had been set up by council. And with council staff, it was only in relation to the waiver of the DA fees. We didn't have any other. There was, at some stage, I remember receiving a $500 as support from the council, so there would have been engagement with that, but I think my husband led that. So with the councillors, the community meetings, and the bias I have is that part of my education and work experience is how to run these types of meetings, particularly in crisis and trauma events for communities. So I attended a meeting at Bundanoon Hall with many others who'd lost their homes and others who were, just community members impacted by the fires. And I was appalled by the way the meeting had been put together, what was being said, how it was being run, the fact that I walked into the room, and I don't just mean for myself, but for any of us who lost our homes, no one came up to us and simply said, I acknowledge that you're here, that you've lost your home, that this must be a very difficult process. Senior council staff were also there. They all knew me. So they knew that I'd lost my home and that I was in the room, and it wouldn't have been difficult to just walk up and acknowledge that I or others in the room had lost our homes. The process itself then was kicked off with the usual introduction of the mayor and the councillors, and there was a bit of an uproar at that because we felt that there was no sense of acknowledgement of the land we were on. There was no sense of acknowledgement first of victims of the fires being acknowledged. It was just still all about council. And then we were told then during the meeting that part of the purpose of that meeting was to ask us how we thought money should be spent that the federal government was going to provide to council. And most of us were just so angry that we be asked off the cuff with no preparation or anything how we felt they should be doing their jobs, that is council. Councillors and council, many of us felt, should have, and I should speak for myself, I felt should have had meeting after meeting, plans and processes in place to be making these kinds of decisions, to then go to the community knowing that you're talking not just to your community, but you're talking to highly traumatised people. And, you know, most of us were running away from the fires, watching our homes go down. And so to be called to a meeting to say, look, we think we've got $300,000, how do you want us to spend it, just felt completely gross. Just shocking. The way it was conducted, the tone, it was egotistical, it felt very unthought, unthinking. I left early. I stormed out.
And did you feel personally attacked in your advocacy, in particular about the DA fee waivers, by any member of council?
Yes, I had two strange events happen. On the meeting, at the meeting on the 29th of January, when the meeting was finished, a very strange event happened, and it was a conversation. I stepped outside and, you know, everyone was leaving and I was standing on my own, and the mayor came towards me, and I can't remember the whole conversation, but he put his hand out. He said something about, just remember I have a lot of support in this town. And I thought that was a very peculiar thing to say to someone who has just spoken very emotionally at a council meeting who's lost their home in the fires. I thought that was very odd. And then he put his hand out to shake my hand. And I looked at him and said, Mayor, I'm not going to shake the hand of someone I don't have any respect for. I'm sorry, but that's not what I'm going to do. And then he leant forward and said something again about, just remember I have lots of friends in this town. And it was like a threatening tone. It was very odd. I decided to leave it. I turned without stepping away. I turned to indicate to my husband I was feeling upset. He came towards me and said, are you all right? He looked at the mayor and I said, yes, I'm fine now, and we walked away. Then...
sorry, just before you go on, sorry to interrupt you. When the mayor said those things to you, the impression I'm getting is that you found that somewhat intimidating. Is that a fair summary of your evidence?
Very intimidating. I mean, I'm not one to be intimidated. And so I thought it was very strange that, why are you wanting to intimidate me? What am I doing?
Yes, and this was, just so I understand the timeline correctly, after you'd spoken?
It was that day, straight after the meeting.
Yes.
There's a meeting room downstairs somewhere, and we'd walked out and most people had left the meeting, and it was literally 5 metres from the door.
Yes, I think I've seen the video. My recollection is you spoke in the early part of the meeting, is that right? And then
and stayed.
And stayed, I see. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Parrish.
Carry on.
The other event, I don't know the exact timing, but I came home. So the crisis accommodation we had after the fires was my mother's house. We're still there. And I came home one day to Mum's house, and Mum was markedly upset. And I said to her, what's happened? And she said, I've received some phone calls today that the mayor has been on radio defaming you. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, well, I've had some friends, local people, just ringing me saying that the mayor was on 2GB. Is it 2GB? No, the local radio station. I never remember. I don't listen to it.
2ST, would that be right?
Might be. And he had said that, he said something to the effect that I had set up an architect to call to try and trap him or council into some kind of terrible situation with the DA fees. And he'd used some language, I can't remember now, but he'd used some language about me. And so these people were ringing my mother, very upset for her and for me, and saying, we've just heard this. Now, he didn't use my name, but the fact that they rang my mother, left the sense that that was the impression he was giving. He was referring to an event that had occurred where our architect had actually called the council asking just for the amount on the DA fees, which, as I understand, when architects design homes, one of the first things they do is they ring council and say, look, just let me know all the fees, because then they let you know, as the owner of the property, what all the different fees will be. And I later found out that the mayor and others had requested a copy of that conversation that our architect had had with a council staff member, to listen to that conversation. I don't know why. The architect wasn't even through some kind of architect professional body, they had amazingly offered free architectural services to everyone who lost their homes. And so this woman, we'd never met, she was an architect in Queensland, and she said, look, please let me do this for you. I will find out all the council fees for rebuilding your home, I'll get all of that groundwork done for you, and then I'll put together some basic designs for a new house as quickly as I can. And so that's what she was doing for us.
Can I just ask you on that topic, how did you find out about this recording of the meeting and the listening of that meeting by the mayor and others? Do you recall how you found out about that?
Sorry, I think, is it a phone call that was between the architect and the
Yeah,
council
That's
staff
correct.
member?
That's what I'm asking about.
Thank you.
I can't remember exactly. I think what triggered it was the fact that he'd gone onto the radio and was talking about that we'd set this thing up, and I was confused and sort of saying to everyone, and at that time there were just people all around me, constant conversations about the fires, saying, what's this about my architect's call? So we rang the architect and said, did you make a call into council? She said, yes, I went to get the DA fees. Okay, it must have been someone from council, I don't know, but some conversation I've had with someone has left me with the understanding that either a council staff member or the mayor had requested a copy of that conversation. I think he refers to it on the radio, and had then listened to that conversation to understand, I guess, the content of the conversation, and then was inferring.
Yeah.
Had you heard the mayor's comments on the radio?
No, I don't listen to that radio station.
When you say it was described to you that he'd said was the effect that this had been I think you said a setup or something of that kind, what did you understand that to mean?
At the time, I didn't really know what that meant, because I didn't understand what phone call he was really talking about.
I see.
So then we had to ring the architect in Queensland to say what's happened, and then I guess I've just put it all together.
Yes. plainly enough from your evidence it wasn't a setup, was it?
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, no, definitely.
Thank you.
I mean, that's just bizarre. Nothing like that.
I want to go on to ask you some questions about the rebuild phase and your interactions with the council in that phase of your experience. But before I get to that topic, is there anything else you want to tell the inquiry in respect of your experiences in that immediate aftermath in your dealings with council at that point in time?
I think that it would have been much easier had the council not existed. The council offered nothing other than angst and more sense of trauma and anger and frustration. There was literally no purpose for any of the interactions by council that were positive. And so, from my perspective, yeah, it would have been much better had they just not existed.
I take it then that you have no constructive criticism to add to what you've already added. It was all negative. Is that how I take your evidence?
I can turn it into constructive criticism. The turning it into would be if council, when the fires, go back to November, if they had at that stage engaged someone, assuming that they had nothing in place at that time, if they'd engaged some experts, and there are plenty of locals who are experts in this area, to put together some crisis management planning and to set out the process for how to engage with those who are directly impacted by the fires, it just would have made all the difference. If there'd been some process in place where someone could contact us and say, we understand you've lost your home, here's some things you can do, or here's how we can support you, here are some resources, anything. But actually what we got was, the first contact we got was an organisation in New Zealand, not anyone in Australia. It was an organisation in New Zealand connected to Red Cross, giving a crisis management one-sheet cheat sheet for how to deal with crisis. And we started following that. So it wasn't even Australian.
Do I take it from your evidence then that it was not only the tone and the course of events after the fires, but also a lack of preparedness in your impression before the fires that contributed to
Absolutely.
your negative experience?
And that ongoing lack, it went from lack of preparedness to unwilling to start preparing now. At no time after the fires did it seem that they kick-started a process of developing plans or steps to take. The ongoing issues as we went into the rebuild remained as horrible as they were back in January. And so it just seemed they just decided, well, the fires have been and gone, so we won't put anything in place. I had been contacted by a mayor. Now, this shocked me. Because I'd been blogging my story online and I'd had quite a big local response to that, the mayor of Wallandilly reached out to me and said, I want to offer my support, my condolences. What can I do? Can I help? And I thought, gosh, this is not even the mayor of where I live. It's actually, he didn't even know, but it's the mayor of where I grew up. And so there was just nothing like that had happened.
Can I turn to I'll call it the rebuild phase, and can you just tell me a bit of your experience in respect of the rebuild phase? Is that a more positive experience? Is it more of the same from your impression?
I've got to cast my mind to it now.
Yes.
We're still in it.
Yes,
We're not home.
of course, of course.
So we're still rebuilding. So my experience of engagement with council is fairly similar during the rebuild. Lack of processes, lack of thinking on their part about how to engage with someone who's lost their home, lack of thinking on the technical elements of what would have to happen through a DA process, lack of thinking about cost of different things. You know, you don't think about all of the things that happen. Like, you know, there's a lot of dead trees still on my road that are on council land that just don't get touched, you know, and we get told there's no funding for it, and so they're not doing anything for it. But during that process, some very simple things. We had to work incredibly hard, and my husband and I were lucky enough to have found 2 local experts, a planner and a fire expert, who helped us along the way to try to lodge a DA for the rebuild. And the biggest issue we had was that our property was then qualified as being in flame zone. And the issue with going from a normal build to a flame zone build for our house was going to cost us approximately $250,000 extra because of the materials that you have to use. And so we were scrambling desperately to understand, you know, what to do in that process. So we were engaging with council to understand council's expectations, the DA process, the fact that we're in flame zone, what could we do to try and move the house onto different parts of the property to reduce those costs, those kinds of things. And again, we found the engagement with council was either a barrier to moving forward, a block to moving forward, or just a frustration and a time delay to moving forward. It could be as simple as we would ring in and the insensitivity of people from council on the phone calls. In my mind, and again, someone working in government for many years, a simple solution could have been on my file, just put lost home in fires. And then every time someone opens the file, they know, right, here's a person, here's one of our families, we need to look after them a bit more. That's not what happened. Every time we'd ring, it'd be someone else you'd talk to, and then you'd have to go through your whole story again. We had to go through a fairly complicated process, getting the DA approved. We were told it would be sped up. It still took quite a bit of time. And then when we decided we needed to actually try and move the house to a different location on the land to get out of flame zone, we then had to go through a different phase and another DA application. So there was complication, and I think the issue I had with council during that process was lack of forethought on their part, lack of planning and processes, or creating those processes in that time. But also it seemed lack of skill. They just didn't seem to have the skill in council to actually deal with any of this. So yeah, not great.
Was there a policy or procedure that you were aware of in council in dealing with someone in your situation?
No.
So, do I understand you correctly that every time you contacted council, it would feel like you were back at square one?
You're back at square one, that's exactly right. And this is my second DA with this council, so we'd already experienced a DA process outside of the fires, you know, long before the fires, and that was shocking. So this was just as bad, except it was clouded by the fact that we were in trauma and trying to speed things up as much as we could.
Yes, thank you.
Did you have a single point of contact at council, or?
No.
No.
No. There was at one point, well, so when, because of my role, because of, I guess, my more public voice during that time, and because I had worked with council, I was able to make phone calls at senior levels. And so when things got really bad, I was able to ring one senior staff member who was fantastic. He no longer works for council. He was fantastic, staying with us and saying, right, I will go and find out and then I will come back to you. And he actually would come back to us within days or weeks. No one else ever offered anything like that.
Who was that?
Mark.
Mr. Pepping?
Yes.
Thank you.
In your view, would you have had less access to someone like Mr. Pepping if you had not had a more vocal role at an early stage and been someone who was able to advocate?
No one else had that access.
Right. And how do you know that? What's your knowledge that other people didn't have that same level of access?
So in the community, I was part of a group of local community leaders who were working with council to try and work through things like building a tourism plan or engaging more with council and local business owners. I was on the Chamber of Commerce. I had worked with Mark as a lawyer on a couple of disputes in Wingecarribee, but also because at state government I was the executive director of Infrastructure New South Wales, and Mark and other senior staff were aware of that, and so I could ring in and say, it's Sarah Haslinger, put me through, and it got to the point with Mark where I could just ring his mobile. No one else.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about the bushfire recovery and response report. Commissioner, do you have any other questions you want to deal with at this time before I change topics slightly?
Yes.
Sorry, I'll remember to keep turning my microphone on by the end of these hearings. Earlier in your evidence, you described what I understood to be a community meeting, and you described it as egotistical. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes.
And that was the meeting, as I understand it, where feedback was sought on how to spend the $300,000 Commonwealth grant, I think that was. Is that right?
I think that's right.
And you described the feeling at the meeting being, why is this happening here and now? From that, do I understand the concern to be this was not the appropriate forum to seek input, rather than the fact that input was sought at all? Do you understand that?
Yes. Well, there's a few layers to that.
Yes.
I don't believe that input should be sought from people in trauma, and you wouldn't be anything else but in trauma when you've just gone through what we'd all gone through.
Yes.
In a public forum.
Yes.
But potentially at all. And so I think asking for feedback on how to spend money, you might feel that you want to ask those who are most directly impacted. So then you would design a process that's more intimate, much more caring, much more focused on these are the people we're interacting with and this is what they've been through. So let's first ask permission from them if they want to engage in that kind of conversation, because most of them are probably not going to be ready. And that's where we all did find ourselves not ready. Now, it's a little unfair because I've designed those processes for governments all over the world. I've done that kind of work. And so I knew that that's what was missing. At the meeting, it was very strange, and it was also the first public meeting that we'd all attended in Bundanoon.
I see.
There were other public meetings. I think they had 4 or 5 of them across the Shire. But for the first time that your councillors, your mayor or the general manager appear before you, you would expect that the first conversation is, can we just take a moment and offer our condolences and talk about the horrible situation that you must find yourselves in, and let's find out what you need. And are those needs being met? Not, this is who we are and we're wonderful and we're going to get this money and, you know, we're here as... It felt like a token gesture.
Yes. And can you just expand on why you described the meeting as egotistical?
We filmed part of it. I think the meeting is filmed. It was all about themselves. They kept... The introductions were about themselves. Wendy Tuckerman was there, the minister, and it seemed there was this real focus by the mayor to, you know, oh, we've got Wendy here. I'm like, we don't care who's here. We've just lost our homes.
Yes, I understand.
So it was that was the egotistical part.
Going back to the meeting on the 29th of January, I think I have that date right, One of the issues that you've raised are comments made during the meeting about a DA fee waiver resulting in double dipping, given the presence of insurance policies. Do you recall those comments of that kind? I know you know, but you have to say yes for the transcript.
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you. That's all right. Do you have a view about those comments?
Yeah, so the Mayor and others had made comments, in particular the Mayor, I think, in a media interview, that there was no way that council would waive DA fees, even though other councils had already done it. There's no way this council would waive DA fees because it would be like double dipping. That is, the insurance company are giving them money, and now they're asking for money from us essentially by us not charging the fee.
Right.
And I was left with, well, clearly you don't understand how insurance works, and clearly you don't understand the complexity of how many different insurance policy styles will be out there for all of us who've lost our homes. And we're not asking for money, we're asking for a waiver of fees that are toward administrative costs that you will have to incur in any event. So I can't see how there can possibly be any double dipping. The impression I was left with was I felt somehow we were being accused of wanting money from our insurers and wanting money from other places.
And earlier in the answer, you indicated you felt that displayed a lack of understanding of insurance, to understand that to include concepts like what the actual insurance policy wording says about those things, which may well be individual depending on the policy that was bound between the homeowner
Absolutely.
and the policy.
You know, every policy, I mean, in amongst those I've met, none of us, I've not seen the same response to the policies in any of us.
Yes. And also, there may well, tell me if this is part of it, that if a fee isn't paid, the insurance company may not indemnify the policyholder for that fee. That is, you don't get insurance coverage in some cases, depending on the type of the policy, for a fee that hasn't actually been paid.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, but then there are other policies. I mean, my policy, without going into all the detail of it, my policy is a good example. It was, because it was a complete property destruction, they just paid out the maximum on the policy.
Yes.
But that maximum, and this was my point when we were talking about the DA fees being waived, that maximum was a dollar amount that came nowhere near covering what we've had to do to move home.
Yes.
And hundreds of thousands of dollars short, and yet I had a very good policy in place.
Yes.
And so I think I was an example of someone who was had the best of everything we could possibly have, and yet we were still at an enormous loss. And so there was no double dipping or anything to ask that the $10,000, which was approximately the DA fee, to be waived, because what that meant to us was that locked sum from the insurance policy could be stretched further to try and stretch it as far as we could to build a home and deal with all of the other property loss.
And to your recollection, were the I'll call them the double dipping comments, were they applied to everybody in your situation? That is, everyone in your situation should have insurance, so we shouldn't be waiving fees? Was
Yeah, it just seemed like a blanket, a blanket position that had been taken on by council very early,
Yes.
and in the face of other councils coming out very quickly, like Shoalhaven and I think Wallandilly, and saying, we'll waive, without question, we'll just waive DA fees.
One of the other issues that you've raised is, in your evidence, is a lack of plans and policies and clear guidelines as to who was responsible for what. An observation you've also made in your submission is that became apparent through January and February, but played out in the public and in the media by councillors. Do you recall
Yes.
making that observation? Can you just expand on that for me? What does that What caused you to make that observation?
A few things. First, the lack of engagement with us as property owners, the lack of a contact person or a process for us to be put on to walk through the journey. And then through the media came these fights between our councillors at a time when, on the one hand, I can appreciate that if there are councillors who feel very strongly that a particular group of councillors is doing the wrong thing by the community, I can appreciate that they will use the media to put their view out there so that everyone can see it. But truly, one, it seems like this council had been doing that for years anyway, so it wasn't behaviour that was unique to this situation. But also, just again, it just disengaged from the reality, which is we've lost our homes. Fighting amongst councillors, this is not appropriate or professional or the right time to do this. Can you not all sit down, engage some experts, find out what to do and simply follow the advice? Instead, your personalities and your egos are driving these media tit-for-tat arguments in a public forum that just causes us to feel more abandoned, more stuck in the reality that we're homeless.
Yes. I take it you were looking for civic leadership at that time.
Oh, as I said, the Mayor of Wallandilly, after he contacted me, which is exactly what I would expect of a mayor, you would expect a leader like that would contact. I mean, across our shire, I think we had 74 homes lost. It's not difficult to contact 74 families. Would you not have done that in the first few weeks? That didn't happen. And then when it did happen from Wallandilly, I started following what he was doing in his community online and how he was engaging as a leader, how he was on the street or in people's homes all of the time. And that's not just about the mayor, that's all of the councillors. And I just think, gosh, this council they just didn't do it. I'm not suggesting that I didn't see councillors at these council meetings or at community meetings, but not behaving the way we needed. Complete lack of leadership.
Yes. And the final issue I wanted to take up with you at the moment was, in your submission, you point to many staff stepping up and above the call of duty and did what they could in the circumstances. Could you just expand on that? Give me some examples of where council staff did good work in that period.
I have to pause and really think.
Yes.
Look, Mark Pepping did. But, again, I was able to make a private phone call.
Yes.
So how good an example is that? I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
But when I did ask him, he did do whatever he could to help us through a difficult part to get us out of flame zone building.
Yep.
Because I'd been blogging, I had a few anonymous people contact me to say, look, I'd just like you to know I'm a council staff member and this is how I feel and this is what I've been trying to do and we're so sorry. And, there was an emotional outpour by some council staff that felt very necessary at that time, by council. And then there was one person, I wish I could remember the name, there was a person, I think in the planning team, who my husband felt was very supportive. Not able to get a lot done, but very supportive.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. Mr. Parrish.
Can I just raise two topics out of what the Commissioner's just covered with you? Firstly, back to the Bundanoon meeting. You made an observation in your submission that prior to the proposed meeting, we discussed whether the forum would be safe for us. Is that referring to that Bundanoon meeting?
Yes.
And who's we? Who else were you discussing this with?
There were other people we'd met who lost their homes in the fires, and so we were all talking about whether it was an emotionally safe place.
Okay. And when you then go on to say, we were right to ask the question as from the start the meeting was not safe, can you expand on that? Are you referring to the emotional safety of the meeting?
Yeah, referring to the emotional safety. There was one person there who is a Bundanon local who is known for, I think she's a psychologist, and she did come up to a couple of us and say, are you okay? And when I stormed out, she followed me and said, are you okay? And we spoke, but yeah.
Okay. And the second topic I wanted to raise out of the Commissioner's questioning was, you mentioned your blog. Do you draw a link between your blogging and perhaps getting better customer service than people at that point in time who weren't blogging, in your impression at least?
I hate to say yes, but yeah, I think so.
Yes.
I think because the blogs were an outpouring, because I'd been through other crises in my time, but I'd also worked with communities in crisis in lots of other locations in my career. I was adamant that there had to be lots of outpouring of connection, and that was going to be critical to keep us going, because I knew it would be a long journey of rebuild, and there had to be some sense of connection. And so in the blogging, because there was a big outpour of I was describing literal daily experience of what it was like to go from fire to homeless. I think a lot of local people came to know my name, and sometimes I would walk down the street and strangers would walk and hug me, and that kind of connection was happening a lot. And I think yes, I think in council, my name became something a bit different to if someone else had called, or.
Accepting that as you do you think that's indicative of a properly functioning council, that you receive better customer service than someone who doesn't have a blog?
Well, I described it. There was a point where I decided to watch the video on the 29th of January, and I found it very traumatic to watch. And I said to my husband just at home in conversation, it is shocking, it is horrendous, it is the worst of the worst when you have to publicly be willing to live your trauma in such a public way just to be heard so that everyone else can get some access to some of this. And then my sense was that it didn't work anyway. All that happened was I got access.
Yes. Thank you. I'm just going to show you something in Tender Bundle B. Yes, and as a lawyer, you'll know that I'll just establish what we're looking at in the provenance of it first. So can I just start with page 272 of Tender Bundle B?
Just give me a moment.
As a lawyer, you also know that the presiding judge or commissioner is always a bit slower than you.
Great.
Thank you. I was just checking for the benefit of any of those who are following along. Tender Bundle B is available on the inquiry website. Yes, sorry. Which page, Mr. Parish?
And for everybody in that respect, page 272 of that Tender Bundle. Do you have that, Ms. Hassan?
Yes.
Do you have the Wingecarribee Shire Council Bushfire Response and Recovery Review 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall if you made any submissions or had any engagement with this review process?
I read it. I read the report.
That was going to be my next question. So you read it, but you don't recall specifically whether you were engaged in this process.
No.
Were you engaged in any processes, or did you engage in any surveys or reviews or responses after the bushfires
No.
at all? No.
No. I obviously only this.
Yes, quite. Accepting that you probably don't have a great memory necessarily of what is in this 30, 40, 50 page report, 70 page report, can I take you to page 296 of the bundle? Do you have that?
Yes.
And do you see a heading halfway down the page, Community Views?
Yes.
Could I just get you to read the first, well, read the chapeau and then read the first bullet point?
Yes.
Do you agree with that summary, that the community was strong in their voice, that the council lacked empathy? Was that your experience?
Absolutely.
And you've given some evidence which makes it fairly clear to me at least that those are examples of a lack of empathy. Are there any other examples that you want to draw the inquiry's attention to that were examples of a lack of empathy from council?
I think the difficulty with examples of lack of empathy was that the lack of empathy came in the non-engagement.
Right.
And so it's almost a negative.
Yes. In the second bullet point there, I'll let you have a read of that.
Gosh.
I might do this in two parts. Firstly, was that your impression too, accepting that you've already given some evidence to that effect, I take it, that the council had no plan for recovery?
That's definitely the impression.
That's the impression you were left with. And as someone who's been affected by the bushfires, that second line there, that there were no up-to-date contact lists for those affected by the fires. Can you give me your views on that? What your impression of that is?
Sorry.
I think, well, do you know it to be the case? That there were no up-to-date contact lists from your experience?
Absolutely, I'm sure. Later on during 2020, I was actually in a role working with Lang O'Rourke, and in that role, I was one of the voices for Lang O'Rourke in helping manage the relationships between community members and their staff when they would go on site to do the clean-up across New South Wales. They cleaned up over 3,000 homes, and I would have to do all the interviews on radio and that kind of thing, and travel around and meet people. And when it came to Wingecarribee, I had been informed that Lang O'Rourke had a contact list, obviously, because they were doing the clean-up on 74 houses. And when they'd spoken to Wingecarribee, Wingecarribee had said that they didn't have anything like that. So I was aware that that was the case.
Thank you. Just on that next bullet point, if you can read that to yourself.
Yes.
Is that your experience, that it's now too late to be having a conversation, presumably, about the plans for recovery, and that many were appalled by the lack of response by council?
I think my response to that depends on it depends on the perspective, meaning, for me, it's never too late. I'm going to live here the rest of my life. So to develop a good, strong, well-led council that come and apologise for the debacle and show us plans going forward would be wonderful, because we are going to be in the rebuild, you know. I mean, I've still got dozens and dozens of trees that I have to pay to bring down, you know, as do neighbours and others. So the rebuild will go on for many years. So in some respects, it's never too late to engage with us. But I think the context of this is, yes, everything had been a debacle, and nothing was done. And so from that perspective, it was too late.
Okay. And I'll just take you to the last bullet point on this page. If you could read that, the review had also heard many positive stories. Can I ask by asking, just start by asking, did you have any experience with the Community Recovery Hub?
No.
Do you know what the Community Recovery Hub is?
No.
Do you recall anyone ever from council telling you what the Community Recovery Hub was?
No.
Can I just take you over the page? We've been dealing with the key themes from community meetings, and I just want to go through the key themes from the community survey as well. They seem to be slightly more broader in the way they're framed, but can I just get you to perhaps read through all of those, and I'll then ask you some questions about them.
Yes.
And given that we've covered some of this ground already, I might just ask, is it generally, do you generally agree with, from your experience, the snapshot of the major themes which are set out here?
Yes.
Are there any which you disagree with?
No.
Thank you. Is there any other matters in respect of the bushfires, or more generally, that you wish to tell the inquiry at this time? This is your chance to address any other topic or expand on anything that we haven't asked you in respect to the bushfires.
A couple of things. A continued, it seems, lack of understanding that recovery from those bushfires, for those who lost, well, for some who lost family members, but who lost homes, who lost animals, who lost trees and fencing on properties. It's going to be a long time to get to a point where we feel recovered. You know, we haven't even moved home yet, and we're nearly 2.5 years down the track. I appreciate that after the bushfires came a pandemic, and so attention was moved away from bushfires. But again, the lack of planning and resourcing in council meant that sense of moving away from the bushfire, the impact of the bushfires to COVID and pandemic, was just heightened. And so even now, I think the overlay of lack of leadership and preparedness in council, even when we see new councillors, new staff, changes in council, I'm not convinced that you'll actually see any change in community engagement through strong leadership and good process for many years. And I think that the councillors who have been in place for a long time don't seem to appreciate the cost of their poor leadership for so many years on community members, and it's a very direct cost on our lives. And I think, you know, the next group of councillors who come through, and I hope there's a whole lot of new councillors that come through, it will take them many years to change the impact of what has happened in this community from this council. And as I understand, and in my engagement with council staff, the changes there will take as long, if not longer, to build an empathetic, vibrant, well-structured council. And I hope that that's not lost. Yeah.
Do you think if the suspended councillors are reinstated, they will be in a position to positively affect the recovery from the bushfires?
No. The only response I have to the idea that that they would be reinstated is to consider leaving my shire and going somewhere else, or to work out how to live in a town and disengage as much as possible with council, which for someone like me who's very community minded and was on every other committee possible and did consider running for council, that would be devastating to think that I would cut off that part of my life, being heavily engaged in my community, because of a group of individuals.
I'm just going to finish with a couple of general propositions, and I'm going to ask you these questions and in a way that's directed to the evidence you've given about your experience in dealing with the council after the loss of your home. All right. What would you? Well, I'll withdraw that. In your view, in those interactions, did the council provide strong and effective representation, leadership, planning or decision making?
The council provided no leadership, planning, process or anything else.
Thank you. In your experience, did the council work with others to ensure that appropriate services were secured for the local community needs at that time?
No.
This question I'm going to direct to your view and interactions with the governing body. Do you think that the governing body, that is the councillors, provided effective civic leadership to the community during that time?
No.
And seeing as though you've given some evidence about the mayor or your interactions with the mayor, do you think that at that time he acted as a leader of the council and the local community?
No.
And do you think that his actions at that time advanced community cohesion or promoted civic awareness?
No.
And in answering all of my questions, do I understand you to draw on the various matters that you have explained to me in your evidence today?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish, is there anything arising?
No, Commissioner.
All right. Mr. Parrish has already asked you the question, but seeing as though you took the time to make a submission and come along to give evidence today, is there anything else you wish to draw to my attention or raise with me in your evidence?
Only to say that I and I feel many I've spoken to in the community are desperate for change. We're desperate for our local council to be a voice of cohesion, to be a voice of care for our community, to be people who are engaged at that very grassroots level and are bringing the expertise or the intellect, however you want to put it, into our community to learn how to build communities by engaging with the community.
And do I take it that's an observation at both the organisational and governing body level?
That they're missing, yes. Yes, and it is about both, yes.
All right. Thank you for coming along and giving evidence. I appreciate that it's difficult, particularly with the little one, and hopefully they'll never have to experience a witness box again. But Mr. Parrish, is there any reason why Ms. Haslinger should not be excused from her summons?
She can be excused, Commissioner.
Thank you. That completes your evidence. You're free to go and you're excused from further attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish, we've got our next witness.
Our next witness is hopefully John Barrett.
Just before you commence with Mr. Barrett and Mr. Parrish, is there another witness scheduled for this morning's session?
We may have available Ms. Jennifer Stokell. Yes, we do.
Just to give her some certainty, should I give a marking?
Can I just get a nod from the officer? But it should be able to get a marking not before 12 o'clock at this point.
Yes, well, if she doesn't wish to hang around outside, she can be marked not before 12 o'clock. So as long as she's back just before 12, she's free to go and get a refreshment if she so desires. Yes, Mr. Parrish.
As mentioned, my next witness is Mr. John Barrett.
Mr. Barrett, you're required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation. Which would you prefer? Oath. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Can I just start with a bit of background? Perhaps we'll start with personal background. Can you just explain how long you've lived in the Shire and what your vocation is?
I was born in the Shire actually, but spent a lot of time in Sydney and overseas. My background basically is in property, and I've been employed with the Department of Planning, Sydney City Council, University of Sydney and Hong Kong Government. So an extensive background in the public arena.
Do I take it from that some of that background is specifically in planning? When you say Department of Planning, were you a planner or
No, I was
other role?
involved in the property area, so I'm a registered valuer. I've got qualifications in project management and I've got an MBA.
Thank you. And can I just ask for a bit of background about the organisation who you are here representing, the Friends of Bowral? Could you perhaps give me some background and history of that organisation?
It was felt after we attended a meeting in 2017 regarding Station Street that there was a need for greater information to be obtained and an ability of the local community to present their views to council. And so it was felt that a group of us who had various backgrounds in planning, architecture, project management and the like, would form a group and research more deeply into the proposal that was being put forward by council.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barrett, could I just ask you just lift your voice a little bit? I'm just having a little bit of
Sorry,
trouble hearing you. That's fine, thank you.
Is it fair to then, from that background, just given, say that Friends of Bowral is concentrated mainly in respect of the Station Street bypass, or does it also deal with other planning and development matters?
We are broadening our focus now to include other issues, development applications, and we're pushing for a master plan to be developed for Bowral, and obviously the Bowral tip has been an issue of concern for various community members, so our focus is now broadening out, especially in relation now that Station Street has basically been stopped.
Yes, I'll come to Station Street. I'll come to Station Street in a moment, but just dealing with those other matters which you're broadening your scope on now, what are the identifying factors or commonalities which draw either development applications or planning decisions to your attention, and how do you decide what is something which you will address?
Friends of Bowral, because of our involvement in Station Street, its profile has increased, and I guess community members now are saying to us, what do you think about this development? It's concerning us. We think that there's a need for a second set of eyes to look at the proposal. We have got in our group, as I mentioned, town planning expertise, architectural expertise, and we can draw on through our community contacts a range of other people that can assist. But it's basically just trying to provide additional resources to the community to reach a view on proposals that are being put forward.
Is it generally a role to oppose proposals and developments, or do you support some as well?
No, we understand that there is a need for development in the area. I think it's a matter of getting that development right and making sure that the proposals comply with the various legislations and guidelines, and we focus on that more so than just blankly stopping development.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you some questions about the Station Street upgrade, or the Bowral bypass seems to be synonymous with each other. And there's multiple complex documents which set information out about that, and you've provided very helpful submissions on it as well. But you're probably as well placed as anyone in the community to give a brief synopsis of the genesis and what the proposal was. If I could ask you to explain to the inquiry a little bit about the Station Street bypass and its genesis.
Sure. The proposal has a long history, and the Mayor often used to talk about a 20-year time frame that the proposal has been on the books. But it really gained impetus in 2013 when Council put together an application for a grant for the construction of that bypass. It was a document that provided for a 2.15 kilometre road along Station Street, basically extending from Victoria Street in the north to Links Road in the south. That proposal went to government for a grant. In 2015 the grant was issued and a funding deed was signed off. Basically the council then went through a period of, refining their thoughts on the proposal, and they didn't start public consultation until September 2017, at which time they had a shop front in Station Street, which had plans and details of the proposal. That all culminated in a community meeting at the St Jude's Hall in September 2017, attended by in excess of 100 community members, and at that stage we were given a briefing of what the project was all about, and at that stage we realised that there was some major differences between what was being proposed in the funding application in 2013 as to what was being now proposed in 2017. So the matter went on from there. There was approximately, I think, about 11 speakers, and nearly all of them, bar one, I think, basically opposed the proposal. They questioned some of the design principles and whether, in fact, the project was workable. And so after that meeting, which I think irritated some of the councillors, it was sent to a council meeting, and that was on the 14th of February, the 20th of September, the 14th of February. I'm reading without my glasses. And at that council meeting, council had redrafted a lot of the proposal, and it was very clear to the community that there were some major changes to what was being advertised back in September 2017. So at that stage, one of the major changes was the deletion of a cycleway and footway over the southern rail line, and this was seen as a very important element to the project to ensure pedestrian safety and just the workability of having offset car parking that was being promised by council as part of the funding deed. That was a requirement by Transport for New South Wales. They said that the proposal as it stood would require would result rather in a loss of car parking at the station, and they put a requirement in the funding deed to have that offset in Kirkham Road. And so we were alarmed at that. We thought that if there was to be car parking in Kirkham Road, bearing in mind that there was existing car parking there, it wasn't formalised, it was just on the gravel edge of the road, then it in a sense wasn't new car parking. It was existing. It needed to be improved, but it was existing, so there was no real offset to the loss of car parking at the station. So that was a major issue. There were other elements to the scope of the project, deletion of some matters and deferral of other matters. So the design and the concept had changed from what the community were briefed on in September 2017, and this again concerned the community because we felt that there was no consultation on those issues, and some of them were pretty important as far as safety and access to the station. The matter then proceeded to a further council meeting in March 2020. There was a period of a number of 2 years break in that. We became aware that that government were getting concerned about parking, and also the pushback from the community, because it resulted, if this proposal went ahead in the form that was being considered, it would result in the loss of trees, pin oak trees, camellia hedge, which is quite historically significant, and also there was an issue about the budget. So the project was changing in its design, and it was changing in relation to the cost of the project. We were briefing a number of councillors because we felt as though it was an issue that should be debated at council, and unfortunately it wasn't possible, the way in which the council meetings were conducted, to have meaningful dialogue and discussion at those council meetings. And so it basically resulted in the matter just basically whatever was being proposed at the time, and bearing in mind that there was no prior consultation prior to the various council meetings. You'd have the agenda come out on the Friday night, and the meeting would be conducted on the Wednesday, and there was no real opportunity to voice our concern about various changes to the project. In March 2020, the project came back before the council, and that was a major change in the project, from the loss of car parking, 73 commuter car parks, 8 of the mature pin oak trees, which are very significant for the community. They signal the arrival at Bowral. It's the entrance to Bowral. They were planted by school children to commemorate an event some 80 odd years ago, and we felt strongly, as well as a large proportion of the community, that entrance to Bowral is so important that it shouldn't be touched. So the issue of the cost was also a huge problem for the community, because it went from $9.5 million in the start of discussions back in 2017. It had escalated to about 18 million, and as we all know, it ultimately ended up at about 36 million. So the project was really problematic for a large proportion of the community. We had people sign various protest letters and different things, and we collected over 3,200 signatures, and that was basically saying that this project shouldn't proceed. So we felt that the council hadn't really complied with its own community engagement policy. We'd only had one opportunity in September 2017 to comment on that particular project. At that meeting, there was some very detailed comments made by people with very extensive experience in these matters, and council, I'm sure that they didn't take very much notice of the comments made. And as I say, at the time there was a very unpleasant comment, or a series of comments made at the end of that by one of the councillors. So I guess we're up to where the project basically was stopped, mainly because of the continued concern expressed by the community, the rising cost, the fact that the community was told in the early days that its exposure to this, having regard to the grant of $7.5 million from government, our commitment would be about $2 million. That obviously then changed significantly when the total cost reached 18 and ultimately 36 million. So the project changed in scope, cost, and the community were quite concerned about it.
Can I, thank you very much for that helpful overview, and I'm sure it'll assist the Commissioner understand these issues. Can I just ask, your group was formed at about the time that you found out about this proposal in 2017,
Yes.
and it was an express reason for the formation of the group to oppose the policy as at 2017, is that right?
Well, at that stage, what we wanted to know was more information about the project.
Yes.
What we were being told, we were concerned that we didn't think that the project was going to be, that it would work, bearing in mind 950 metres of road, and the way in which sort of the bulk of the group thought you're just moving a congestion point 950 metres down the road.
Can I sorry to interrupt, but can I just expand on that, because I think it helps me understand it certainly. Was there an acknowledgement, at least amongst your group, that there were traffic problems that needed to be resolved?
Look, there is congestion issues in Bowral, and we acknowledge that, but we were very clear that the road proposal, as being spoken about by council, would not solve those traffic issues, and that there were better proposals that could be considered at far less cost, both in terms of the environment as well as the physical cost of the roads. I think possibly in a more convoluted way than I need to, I really should be asking, what really concerned you at that initial proposal stage that you thought this was just not the right project for Bowral? At that early stage? At 2017,
yes.
it was, it changed from the original application for grant funding, but at that point we became aware that there was significant impacts on the entrance to Bowral, on the way in which people would be able to access Bowral Station. Safety was a huge issue for the community because, as you most probably are aware, we're an ageing community, and people use the trains they used to use the trains quite regularly. We do have a climate up here that in winter time it can become quite oppressive, and so the current parking arrangements at the station were ideal for elderly people. It was an at-grade access point to the station for aged and for mothers with prams and things of that nature. It was an ideal solution. So all of that was going to change as a result of the proposal, and we really were after more information as to how they were going to deal with that. One proposal, as I mentioned, was parking cars over in Kirkham Road, and that to us was not a solution. It wouldn't satisfy the loss of car parking on the eastern side of the station, but in addition to that, it wasn't possible to have direct access onto the station. You would have to cross Kirkham Road rather twice, and our thought was that if we had young mothers with children in prams, that just is unacceptable. Not to mention elderly folk and infirmed people. So look, there were some real issues early on in the piece, and as I've mentioned, we felt as though we were being disengaged with the council because we asked a number of questions and we weren't getting answers. We did have a meeting with the mayor, and he explained, and he had his own traffic engineers there, and that was helpful, but it still raised issues with us as to how practical this solution was, and those questions about the practicality of it were never satisfactorily resolved. But the issue of loss of amenity, the loss of heritage entrance to Bowral were still sticking points for us. And why we had that 2-year sort of hiatus in a sense, we understood that there was further discussions taking place with Sydney Trains because they were very adamant that there needed to be offset car parking at Bowral to compensate for the loss of car parking as a result of the road.
Thank you. I appreciate your...
Sorry, just before you go on, Mr. Parrish, I propose to sit on both
Yes.
Mr. Barrett and the next witness have been waiting patiently, I
Yes.
think, since before 10, so
Yes.
we'll press through without the mid-morning break today.
I was going to ask that, so thank you for that, Commissioner. I appreciate your position, the group's position may have changed over time, but at that original 2017 point in time, was the predominant aim to prevent the bypass going ahead, or is it to try and work within the scope of what might be done to make improvements? Was it a hybrid of both?
It was a hybrid, I guess. There was a section of the community that just didn't want to have the road. They thought it was a complete waste of time. We took a different view in as much as we wanted to get more information about it and take a very practical approach to it and just work through, well, what were the benefits of it? Are there any other alternatives to what was a major impact on the character of the Bowral streetscape, and it was in that frame of mind that we proceeded to ask for more information. We asked a number of the councillors to assist in this, and all but one, Councillor Scandrett, was very helpful. He would take matters to council by way of question on notice and things of that nature, and unfortunately it was seen as, you'll have to ask the Mayor why he wasn't prepared to answer the questions. But
Thank you. Can I just ask a question about, still in that initial period? The stage 1 plans were exhibited in about August 2017, is that about right?
yes.
Did you feel there was sufficient information at this stage for you and your group to assess what the proposed plans were?
The troubling
bypass was?
The troubling aspect for me was that the supporting documentation in 2013 for the larger road had a cost-benefit analysis, and I guess I was focused on the cost of this proposal, and I'd asked the question, why wasn't there an updated cost-benefit analysis for the smaller road? And that was never actually responded to. But to me, you can't just pick on little bits and pieces. You've got to sort of look at the whole project, and cost-benefit analysis will pick up on a lot of the issues that need to be considered. And I found that quite troubling, as did a lot of people in the community. And if we'd have had more information, then possibly that could have resolved that issue, but certainly we didn't get that information.
Thank you. And just moving on a month into that public meeting in September 2017, can you tell the Commissioner a little bit about that meeting, your impression of it, where it was, who attended?
It was at the St Jude's Church Hall, and as I mentioned, over 100 people of the community were there. There was a good representation of councillors. I think they were all in the front row, and a number of the senior executive staff with their backs to us, which I found a little bit, sort of disengaged from them. I would have thought that they could have either have been up on stage and we could have seen their faces and seen the body language, but they didn't. They were sitting in the front with their backs to us. Bob Lewis, who was the project engineer at the time, gave a very comprehensive review of it, and then it was open floor. So about 11, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure that there were 11 speakers, and all of them were quite eloquent. A lot of them had experience in engineering, architecture, town planning. So they were, whilst they were community members, they were very well-informed community members. They gave, I thought, very sound advice as to and opinions as to what they thought about the proposal, and I think there was one dissenter, and I know that council prepared a report on that meeting, and actually there was some errors in that report because they had indicated that there were more supporters for that coming out of that meeting than there were, but that I think was modified in a subsequent council meeting. But at the end of that meeting, the community wasn't thanked for its involvement, and in fact some of the speakers were admonished about what they'd said. So
can you tell me more about that?
It was the mayor at the time, Councillor Housestead, and he, I think he was concerned that we should have all just embraced it and that was it. But as I say, there were a lot of people there that were very well informed and had some very practical solutions as to how this project should proceed. And I don't think that was received well. And anyhow, at the end of that process, he was required to apologise at the next council meeting, I think.
When you say admonished, was it just Councillor Housestead who engaged in that?
Yes, from what I can recall.
And I appreciate it was a long time ago, and you may not recall the precise words that are said, but what was said using your best recollection?
It is a long time ago.
And I appreciate in all of these things, it'll be something to the effect of...
Yeah. Look, Commissioner, I believe that there is another speaker from our group, Laurel Cheetham, and she was the subject of those comments.
Right. Well, we'll ask her as well. But doing the best. If you can't remember one way or the other, please feel free to say so.
Yeah,
it's not a memory test.
I can't, and I prefer not to speculate as to that.
Earlier in an answer to one of Mr. Parrish's questions, you said, and you may have been coming to it before I interrupted you, that the meeting irritated some of the councillors.
Yeah,
what do you mean by that?
From what we could see of the councillors sitting in the front row, and again, we couldn't see their faces, so we were sort of just seeing the body language as we could see it from our positions in the hall. But people were whispering amongst themselves, and it could have been good things. They may have been saying, well, that's a fair point, but the impression I think we all got was, they're not really happy with the sort of information that's coming out of the community. And
to understand, that's an impression that you formed as a attendee at the meeting, is that right?
It is, yes.
And did other people tell you that they'd formed the same view?
Yes, yeah.
And did they tell you why they'd reached that view?
I think everyone thought that that the body, the way in which the councillors sat at the front, and I would have thought in a situation like that, it should have been more inclusive. That they could have sat on the stage, faced the audience, asked questions themselves of the speakers. And really got engaged in the process. It was an ideal opportunity not only just to listen to the comments, but to actually engage with the community and ask questions and put their side of the.
Tell me if this is an accurate summary of what you've just told me, but what you're describing sounds to me like a situation where some or all or a mix in between weren't receptive to the community feedback despite this being a forum for that very kind of thing to happen. Is
That was the impression that a lot of people had coming out of that meeting.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I just jump ahead to a point? Did you attend subsequent council meetings, both more generally, if so, but more specifically in respect of Station Street matters?
I have, yes.
Can you give me your overall impression of those meetings? Were they conducted efficiently and civilly, or did you find them from time to time to be more adversarial?
In the meeting of the 14th of February, it was chaired by Councillor Markwart, and he had he assumed the chair position, and he had the gavel, and he said, I can't remember the exact words, but he said, I've got the gavel and I know how to use it. And I thought that was an inappropriate comment. Words to that effect. It'll be recorded in the papers somewhere, but that to me was inappropriate. I think at one stage, it may have been at that meeting, there was a security guard on the door, which again was intimidating, because there'd been no suggestion that there was ever going to be civil disobedience or anything of that nature. I mean, we're just a bunch of, concerned citizens. We just want to listen to the discussion, and to have a security guard there was inappropriate. I'm sure it was at that meeting that there was a security guard there, but certainly Councillor Markwart was disappointing in his comment at the start of that meeting. So, and then the councillors would have the opportunity to debate, and I think from memory that debate was fairly vigorous, and but obviously the councillors would be able to give more detail on that.
Thank you. And during either that specific 14 February meeting or other meetings that you might have attended, did you form an impression of how the councillors treated and interacted with each other when debating matters?
Yes, it was extremely disappointing, because the obligations of these councillors is basically to have listened to the community and to encourage consultation and have an open and free discussion in the council. My experience in Sydney City Council and other organisations that I've worked for, be it in boardrooms or whatever, everyone is given the opportunity of expressing their views, but it just seemed to me that that was not an opportunity given to all of the councillors. I guess you'll hear more detailed information about that from the various councillors, but certainly the conduct was disappointing.
Can you tell me if you agree with this proposition that some or all of the councillors treated community engagement the same way that they debating each other in the council chambers? Is that a fair proposition?
Yes, that is a fair proposition.
And was that an impression you derived specifically from the meeting in September 2017, or is that an impression you derived from other events, from media, from other consultations?
It would have started at that time, but we took more notice of how meetings were conducted and not specifically on Station Street but other issues. And but certainly in relation to Station Street, when the matters were listed for debate and decision, it certainly deteriorated into not a productive meeting.
Thank you. Following the meeting in September 2017, you describe in your submission attempts to seek information and engage counsel on certain matters.
Yep.
Can I just start by asking what sorts of information did you think you as the Friends of Bowral group feel like you ought to be entitled to in engaging on this project specifically?
Well, because of the impact on the environment, the loss of the historic oak trees, the camellia grove, which is extremely important, the impact on access to the station, the loss of car parking, the cost of the project, and just the practicality of having 950 metres of roadway. You know, the community was entitled to have answers on all of those issues, and how council could justify spending at that stage $9.5 million, which was basically doubled not long after it. And I think what irritated the councillors, the community also, was that I think it was about the 14th of February when basically the councillors were asked to endorse approval to go to tender on this project. The cost of the project was noted at $9.5 million. 2 months later, there was a revision in the council budget, and the cost of the project escalated to 15 odd million. And to our way of thinking, that information would have been available in council somewhere. If it wasn't available, then they, you know, the councillors should have said, well, look, there's obviously going to be a cost increase. We don't know the figure, but we should defer this particular matter until we know the cost, because you know, the costs were escalating. We knew that, but to have it almost double is pretty significant, and should have been a warning sign to the councillors that this project needs to be looked at again.
Are you familiar with the process for accessing information under the Local Government Act?
Under the GIPA?
No, under the Local Government Act.
No.
I might just read it out to you, and you may understand the process but not the precise section. Under Section 11 of the Local Government Act, a council and a committee of which all the members are councillors must, during or at the close of a meeting or during the business day following the meeting, give reasonable access to any person to inspect correspondence and reports laid on the table at or submitted to the meeting. Did you ever use that process, notwithstanding you might not have known the exact legislative basis?
It wasn't brought to our attention either. I would have thought an opportunity like that, the mayor or someone within council should have said, well, look, there is an opportunity if you wanted to come and have a look at those papers.
You engaged with Councillor Scandra on this matter. Did he ever refer to the process under
I can't
Section
recall him
11?
saying so.
But in any event, it's not a process you used through the thing.
No, we did GIPA information from council and also from state government.
Right. And just in respect of the GIPA process, was it your group's view that that information should have been provided without having recourse to the GIPA?
Absolutely.
Can you tell me why that is?
It should have been available to us. One of the GIPA requests was basically about the environmental factors report, the report of environmental impacts, and the review of environmental matters, and we thought that that information should have been provided to the community very early on in the process, given the impact on the loss of heritage trees and other particular issues that that document should have picked up on. We paid our money to council, the fee to GIPA that information. We were told after about 2 weeks, I think it was, that the document was not available. It was actually incomplete. And yet, in a previous council report, which gained approval for the removal of the trees, they said that they had reviewed all of the environmental impacts. Well, clearly, if that review of environmental impacts had been completed, then I'm sure that that would have stopped them from removing the tree, or proposing to remove the trees.
Do you ever recall seeking information that you were told was confidential or contained privileged advice or anything like that?
I can't recall. Certainly, what was the question again? Sorry.
Do you ever recall being denied access to documents you sought on the basis that they were confidential or contained legal privilege or the like?
No, I don't think so.
There was also, independent of the GIPA process that you went through, the information that was exhibited both at the beginning and from time to time. Was it your view that the council should have provided more information, or information that perhaps wasn't exhibited but would have been part of the process of determining the project?
Without doubt. I mean, my sort of project management background is that you've got to engage with all stakeholders if you want to have a successful project, and try and meet their requirements. It's not always possible, I know, but at least making the effort, and basically just complying with the community engagement policy that council has. When you read that document, there's some glowing statements in there, and if they'd have complied with those statements, then I'm sure we'd have got the information that we were requesting, but they didn't.
We've talked about the GIPA process, and we've talked about the exhibition of documents. Was there any other way you were able to gain documents which bore on the viability or otherwise of the project? Have you ever provided documents by councillors, for instance?
I'm trying to... at the very end of the saga, as I refer to it, there was some information because the project was spinning out of control, both cost-wise and just changes to the project. There was some information that was provided to us, and well, I wasn't entirely sure whether it was privileged or not, but there was information.
Yes. And who provided that information to you?
It was one of the councillors, and I'm not sure whether am I required to not to identify that person.
Do you press for an answer?
Yes.
What's the basis of your objection to answering Mr. Parrish's question?
Well, it just would possibly be repercussions on the person that was providing that information, that's all. if it was privileged information. And then
Well, I don't know whether it was or it wasn't.
No.
Is a way to do it for you to write the name on a page which can be given to me. Would that deal with your concern?
that would deal with my
Right.
concern.
Can Mr. Barrett be provided with a piece of paper?
Thank you.
Thanks.
You hand that up. All right. I'll mark as MFI 1 the notation made by Mr. Barrett during his evidence. Mr. Barrett, if counsel assisting intends to pursue that issue, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Broad, I'll return the MFI to you. With that person, those propositions will have to be put to them. So, if it will become an issue in this inquiry, I expect those matters will be fully ventilated in the public domain in due course. But so anyone watching will know that if it is a issue which falls within the terms of reference, they will be fully ventilated. But I don't propose to deal with it in any other way at the moment. Mr. Parish.
Can I ask, from the evidence you've given this morning, is it your view that if the council had complied with the community engagement policy, you wouldn't have had to take such steps as issuing requests under GIPA or receiving information in other ways?
That's correct.
It would have sufficiently covered the steps that would have satisfied the Friends of Bowral that they would have been provided with the information they needed.
That's correct.
I just want to ask you some questions about the escalating costs of the project. Was that likewise something that you were trying to obtain information on as those costs were rising?
Yes, it was. The cost-benefit analysis was a key document that we were requesting. Again, it seemed to be dismissed, the request.
Your observation in your submission is that the true cost was concealed from the community, and there was similar secrecy and misinformation later on. Can you just expand on why you say that that information was concealed from the community?
Well, from our sort of analysis of it, the information was in council at the time, and in the spirit of advising the community in the most complete fashion, they should have advised us of increasing costs. I mean, I think it was lost on the council that the ratepayers were ultimately going to pay for this, and for them, admittedly some of them are ratepayers, but you know, it's not reasonable to proceed with the project knowing that there's going to be cost increases, not informing the community.
This question goes, I guess, more widely to your understanding of the level of consultation that should have taken place. But in your view and Friends of Bowral's view, ought there have been consultation at every price increase?
There should have been consultation at major changes to the project, and that included price increase, but also the scope of the project. There were times, like the last change in the project was about the loss of 73 car spaces at the station, and the reprovisioning of some of those car spaces at Mittagong train station. Now, you know, the car park at Bowral prior to COVID was absolutely 100% utilised, and to tell the community that they would have to travel to Mittagong to catch the train just wouldn't be acceptable, I'm sure. It wasn't acceptable to us, and we used to travel frequently to Sydney on the train. Not to mention the impact on the residents of Mittagong, who, you know, they're looking for more car parking down there, and for you know, Bowral residents to go down and utilise their car spaces, I'm sure was not being thought of in glowing terms by the Mittagong residents.
Thank you. You also talk in your submission about the major and final change to the project without public consultation on 25 March 2020 being the repositioning of the Bundaroo Street roundabout and the loss of 8 mature pin oak trees. Was there any consultation on that change?
No, not that I'm aware of. That it was basically considered at that council meeting, and that was quite a devastating surprise to a lot of people.
And that, I take it, was something that, in your view, ought to have gone back to community consultation.
Absolutely, yes.
And there was then, allied with that, the elimination of the northbound bypass lane,
Yes.
which I think might have been slightly earlier in time. The plans at this 25 March 2020 stage, you say were not coordinated with the original plans as revised in 14 February 2018. Can you explain what you mean by that?
There was a disconnect between the road the new design of the road, and the other section of the upgraded Station Street, so that it didn't actually connect in all respects, and it was a major flaw, we thought. It smacked of, you know, the design being very quickly cobbled together, and not much detail thinking being given to how it was all going to work.
Is it fair to say that your observations by that time is that the original plans were being compromised? Is that fair?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that your impression was that they were being compromised to get them through and commence the project? Is that fair?
That is exactly the way we looked at it, and this was trying to get this project through at, you know, whatever cost, and that wasn't the spirit, well, shouldn't have been the spirit under which a council undertakes infrastructure works.
In your view, at what point was there a loss of community confidence, if any, in the way the project was being handled by council? And I want to distinguish there between the actual original plan of the project itself as distinct from the way it was being managed and dealt with through council.
I think it was a continual decline of confidence as the project tried to proceed. There was a period of a number of years where you know, what appeared to be not much happening on the project, and you know, it then we'd be confronted with a revised version of the plan, and that then undermined community confidence that, did council know what it was doing? That, as I say, was a continual decline of confidence, I think, in the
Mr. Barrett,
council.
I'm sorry, had you finished?
Yes.
Yes. In a number of your answers today, and in particular in relation to that question, you've mentioned community having a view about a certain matter.
Yep.
Just so I can get a sense of, I mean, obviously one person or one group can't speak for the however many residents there may have been in the Shire from time to time. How big is your group? You may have said earlier, I may just have missed it. But.
Our database, there's about 500 on the database.
Yes.
We collected over 3,200 signatures, so that was another section of database.
Can I just break that up? So the database would you consider that as members of the group?
They weren't members of the group, they were just concerned residents that sought information through our group.
I see.
And
would feedback be given to the group?
Feedback would go out by way of an email.
Yes.
To those groups. There were other groups, Friends of Wingecarribee, the Berrima Residents Association. We had contacts in, I think, 11 of the villages throughout the Shire. So we were able to get information out to various groups, and then they would disseminate the information.
And when in answering your questions today, you speak of the community feeling. Do I take it that that's the feedback that are coming from within your group and interactions you may have had with other similar residents associations?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Now, can you tell me a little bit more about the 3,200, I think you said?
Yes.
Signatures. Was that the petition that was ultimately presented to Parliament in
Correct.
about 2018, I think?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. And
it was dismissed by the council. They
say dismissed in what way?
We wanted to indicate to the council that there was a growing discontent about the project, and to do that, we thought that we would collect signatures throughout the Shire. We went to various markets and what have you, and in the space of several weeks we collected 3,200 signatures.
And what was the petition calling for?
Basically for a rethink of the project, and in some instances there was notations on it about it should be cancelled or whatever, but to rethink the project.
And when you say rethink, did that mean cancel, or there's a better way to do this?
Well, I think well, to my way of thinking, it would have said there's a better way of doing it,
yes.
More cost effective and less impact on the environment and the heritage of the area.
And was that presented to the council?
That was taken direct to Parliament, and then ultimately it came back to council. I don't think we gave it directly to the council.
That's all right. And I think I rudely interrupted you earlier when I asked you about when you said it was dismissed by the council. How did that come about?
It was discussed at one of the council meetings. I can't remember which one it was, and I think the comment was made, there's signatures here from people that live outside of the Shire. And the collection of signatures was done within the Shire, and people, I think this was the realisation that the council should have had, that the Southern Highlands receives visitors from all over. And when we were asking for signatures, we didn't ask where they lived, just were they concerned about a proposal, and we had a flyer that outlined what the implications were of the project proceeding. And so people signed on that basis. Now, whether they came from Mossman or whether they came from Moss Vale, it was effective.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Parrish.
Just on the question of community sentiment and engagement, were you aware of any pro-bypass groups?
I think there were, everyone is entitled to their view, and what we wanted to do was basically present information that we'd obtained and the views of people that were well informed about, you know, road design and things of that nature, and as a balance against their view that it should proceed. So it was basically providing the community with the information. It was up to the community to decide whether in fact they thought it was a good or bad project.
Did you have any positive or negative engagements with pro-bypass groups at all?
I think when we were collecting signatures, there was one person that came along and they thought that it was inappropriate for us to question the project, but
not a constructive engagement then.
No.
Not something which created something which
No.
may have assisted in the process.
more.
Thank you. We heard some evidence yesterday afternoon from a member of the Southern Highlands Chamber of Commerce who mentioned that if, at least in the economic space, if the plans of the council had been more integrated and clear to people, then in his view it would have been more constructive going forward. Whether people disagreed with a particular project or a particular development, at least people would have had a clearer view of what the council was trying to do and therefore perhaps accepted it. Do you have any comments to make on that, or do you have a view on that, whether there was a lack of an overarching vision which was explained to community members, and if there had been, whether it would have helped?
Well, certainly more information would have helped, and details of costs and you know, the exact benefits of the road, how 950 metres of road was going to improve traffic flow throughout the town centre. That was all information that we had requested, and may have answered a few of the questions for us. But as I say, the community engagement, this council is not strong on that matter, and that didn't help the project.
In terms of the information you were provided, both at that early exhibition stage and through GIPA, do you think you had sufficient information to understand the rationale of the project as proposed?
Certainly, we went along to a presentation, as I mentioned before, that the Mayor had organised for us, and that was conducted by the engineer that had done the modelling, and that information was provided to us. We had our own information that that conflicted in some respects with what we were told, but you know, the overriding sort of view amongst our group and a lot of the community was that how is 950 metres of road that doesn't connect to another section of widened road going to help movement within Bowral? And we have always said that stage 2 of this project from Links Road through to Bowral Street would have been a better option, would have been less expensive, less environmental impact, and it was new capacity within the road network. So we had always championed that proposal, and it sort of fell on deaf ears. And that did form part of the original concept that the council put forward in 2013.
Thank you. One theme that recurs amongst submissions made to this inquiry is the perception, at least amongst some, that certain groups were preferred and had the ear of some councillors. Do you have a view on that, whether there was special treatment for some groups?
In relation to the Station Street, I'm not sure. Well, I can't recall any instances where I could identify a group that had special were given preference. But in a more broad sense, that may be the case.
What about in your experience as a long-standing member of the community? Did you ever form that impression as a member of the community?
Some decisions by council seem to be inexplicable. So whether that translates into preferable treatment or what, I don't know. But
Do you have any further questions, Commissioner?
Thank you. Can I just raise one question with you, and that's about the consultation process and what may flow from it. So I appreciate your evidence is in relation to Station Street, that the consultation process, in your view, lacked in a number of material respects. But I'm going to put a hypothetical scenario to you. All right? So let's just assume for the moment that a project was going forward and the community engagement strategy had been complied with and feedback had been sought from a group like yours, and came forward and gave views about certain things about the project, and the council ultimately, having received that feedback, elected to proceed in the way that it was going to, not actually making any of the changes that your group had suggested. Do you accept that's an appropriate process for a council to undertake? Even though you may not be happy with the outcome, if I can put it that way?
Sure. Look, not every decision that local government, state government, federal government make will receive, the tick by everyone. But it just raises people's concerns when there is not a total provision of information about particular projects. I mean,
that's directed to the process rather than the outcome, though, is it not?
Sure, but the people, I guess, would be more amenable, or more accepting of the outcome if they felt that they were not disengaged in the process, that they had been given the opportunity to put their point of view forward, and there was some rationale to the decision that was made by the deciding body, be it council or state government.
So that seems to me to involve at least three, perhaps more processes. One, an explanation at the outset of what it is and what it looks like and how it's going to fit together, and appropriate information as to costings and things like that should be made public in the ordinary course. To an opportunity for groups like you, or indeed any member of the public who may be concerned to do so, to respond and give feedback. And thirdly, when a decision is made, an explanation as to why a particular course was adopted. Is that a fair summary of what you're describing?
Yes.
And do I understand it from your evidence that if those things are done, even if, I'll use you as the example, you may not agree, at least you have an opportunity to understand why, correct?
Correct.
And then if you disagree in a certain way, then that may reflect what you do at the next election, perhaps, if you felt strongly enough about it.
Well, that's an option that's available, obviously, to change the decision makers. Yes. But certainly it's the engagement process that I think is certainly wanting and was a source of great concern on Station Street in particular.
And as I understand it, in seeking further information, you're not suggesting that things which the council appropriately says are confidential, commercial in confidence material and things like that should be provided. Do I understand that?
It's hard to actually see where any of this information is commercial in confidence.
Stepping back from Station Street, I'm
Yep.
speaking more generally. to the extent that the council has confidential information, whether it
Sure.
be personnel matters or
Yep.
commercial in confidence matters.
Yes.
Just assume for the moment that it's appropriately labelled as such. I accept there may be differing views about that.
Yep.
But I don't understand you to be suggesting that those are matters which should be thrown open if they are appropriately considered to be confidential.
Correct.
Is that right?
That there is definitely got to be some material that will be in
Yes.
confidence.
But your concern is that some of the material that was being sought does not appear, at least on its face, to have that character.
Correct.
Yes, I understand. Anything arising, Mr. Parish?
Not so much arising, but slightly different topic. Can I just ask, do you recall if there are any public protests against the Station Street bypass?
There were some gatherings. We had a gathering along the route of Stage 2, and actually the Mayor and senior staff came to that, and the Mayor addressed the group. There was, I don't know, there would have been 50 or 60 people that came along to that. There was another meeting that was held in the park opposite Station Street, and no one from council came to that.
Just on that first meeting, are we talking about Mayor Gare or Mayor
Yes,
Halstead?
Yes, yes.
And can you describe your impression of that meeting? Was it civil? Was it
Look,
antagonistic?
he wasn't invited, but he was aware that it was happening. He got out of his car. I greeted him. We went across to a raised portion of land, and I gave him the opportunity to speak first, as I remember the process. He did that, and then I think I said some words, and that really was the end of it. There was nothing. I think there were a few people in the audience that were unhappy with some of the things he said, but it was not, there was no violence or anything like that. It was conducted in a very well-mannered way.
Is there any other matter you want to address the inquiry on more generally? This is your opportunity, or expand on the Station Street.
I just wanted to sort of touch on, from the Local Government Act, there is a series of sections there that relate to what the objectives are for councillors,
Yes.
the Mayor, and in reflection I went through those in sort of preparing for today, and I guess I'm sort of
Yes.
that yeah, it's certainly interesting that if we'd have got all of those guiding principles in place, and the role of the Mayor and the role of councillors, then the outcome of this particular project might have been different.
Well, do I take it from that then that your impression and experience at least was that councillors did not comply with their obligations under 232, at least in respect of this project?
I was focused on Section 8A, guiding principles for councils, and also Section 226, the role of the Mayor.
Yes.
There are elements there where I guess...
Well, let's deal with 8A.
Yes.
Do you have it there?
Yes,
Mr.
I
Barrett?
do. Yes.
Are there any particular subclauses of 8A that you want your attention to?
One subclause B, council should carry out functions in a way that provides the best possible value for residents and ratepayers.
Yes.
Subsection H, council should act fairly, ethically and without bias in the interests of the local community. And
There's a few concepts there. Are there any in particular that you would call in aid?
Well,
or is it the general concept of acting in the best interests of the community that you feel was a shortcoming?
I think that was a shortcoming, and I think that that would be a matter that the current or the suspended councillors should reflect on. The decision making, council should recognise the diverse local community needs and interests, and I'm not sure whether they actually did that, but I think council's decision making, this is in E, should be transparent, and decision makers are to be accountable for decisions and omissions. So transparency was one of the issues that was of concern to our group.
Because of the lack of consultation on the changes, is that right?
Yes.
Are there any other issues of transparency other than that you had in mind?
No.
And you mentioned
Section 226.
226, yes.
Um,
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but is this directed to Councillor Halstead, Councillor Gare, or both?
Both. And to advance community cohesion and promote civic awareness. I'm not sure whether they achieved that.
Do you feel like the council was trying to craft this in the most appropriate way? From your interactions with council, did you feel like there was a sense that the council and the community were opponents rather than working together?
You did gain that impression, yes.
And what caused you to form that impression?
Well, the fact that if you wrote to the council, it'd be just dismissed immediately. There would be no, there would be nothing to support their view. They just say, look, and this came out very clearly. A request that we made to them right at the very end of the project, where we said, look, these things have happened. We really do need an open debate on it. Are you willing to come along and have the discussion with us? And we invited State Rail and Infrastructure New South Wales, because this involved both those organisations, and the Mayor, Councillor Gare, said that it had been a decision of the council, this is it, and we're not having a discussion. So it was a flat rejection.
I interrupted you. You were moving on from 226B.
To ensure that meetings of the council are conducted efficiently, effectively, and in accordance with the Act. And we left some of the meetings in despair because we just thought that councillors were not given the opportunity to put forward their views. Some councillors were basically, and this was most probably in accordance with the meeting practice. That the Mayor was acting strictly in accordance with the role of meeting practice, I would assume. But still in all, the matters were so substantive that I would have thought a Mayor to display, again, community consultation at that time should have said, all right, well, you're not entitled to speak, but given the substantive nature of this particular matter and the question that you've raised, I'll give you 3 minutes to talk it through. And that opportunity was not given to, at that stage, two of the councillors.
Who were they?
Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Turland. And then 226K, in conjunction with the General Manager, to ensure adequate opportunities and mechanisms for engagement between council and the local community.
Yes.
And
again, I understand why you say that. Yes. Is that all you wish to talk about?
Yes.
Is there anything arising from that, Mr. Parrish?
No, Commissioner.
All right. Mr. Barrett, that completes your evidence. Thank you for coming along today. Thank you for patiently waiting to be called. Is there any reason Mr. Barrett can't be excused?
No, Commissioner.
You're excused from further attendance for your summons.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
thank you for taking the time to provide us with a submission.
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Thanks very much.
Should we commence the next witness?
Yes, the next witness is Jennifer Stokeld.
Yes. Yes, I've while that's happening, I've just been reminded that Exhibit A is now also on the website. That took a little longer because of its size, but it's in two parts. So all of the exhibits that have been tendered so far, that is A, B and F, available on the website along with yesterday's transcript and along with the witness list for today, and the witness list for tomorrow will be going up shortly. Is that right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. For those who are wondering why there's no exhibit D and E, they have not yet been tendered, but bundles have been marked with the letters. So for convenience, we're maintaining those exhibit numbers. When D and E are tendered, if they're appropriate to be made public, they will go on the website shortly after they're tendered.
You don't need to turn the microphone on or off. That's done for you.
Speak slowly. I'll try.
Thank you.
You're required to give evidence. Just whether the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stokeld, for attending. Can I just ask about your background to start, personally? How long you've lived in the Shire and your vocation?
Okay, I arrived in the Southern Highlands at the end of 2010. I have a background in the media. My previous position was as Publishing Director of Federal Publishing in Sydney. I started as a journalist and was educated via News Limited to become Assistant General Manager at Cumberland, and then left there and became Publishing Director at Federal Publishing. Since I've been in the area, I've retired, happily retired. I've joined a number of different community groups, activities, U3A, and I actually relocated here for a tree change and breathe fresh air.
Do I take it from that you live in a rural or semi-rural area? Or?
No, actually
Yeah.
you're wrong there. I live in Belmore Street, which is very close to town, so I can walk to town. And one of the reasons that I'm here is that I live one block from the east of the railway line, diagonally opposite Harris Farm Markets, and where is located the Bowral tip, which is 2 blocks west of the railway line.
Can I ask which community groups you're involved with or engaged with?
I belong to no political group or activist group. They are purely social groups, exercise classes, U3A, fun things. Things purely for enjoyment.
Your submission to the inquiry focuses primarily on the bushfires and the response to the bushfires.
Mm-hmm.
Were you personally affected by the bushfires, or was it your perception of the community which...
Well, it would be difficult not to be impacted by the bushfires because we are a community. And I have friends who live in Bundanoon. I actually had a person staying with me who was evacuated from Bundanoon. I play golf with a lady who was severely impacted. In fact, the house across the road from her and the house next door were burnt down, and they were not allowed to return to their home. So it was some time before they realised that their home had been saved. They had lost sheds and fences.
Thank you. You observe in your submission initially the fundraising campaign promoted by Mayor Gare as being a positive initiative. But then your views changed about the way that the Mayor conducted himself. Is that a fair
Absolutely.
comment?
Absolutely.
Can you explain to the inquiry what
Well,
happened which changed your mind?
I first heard of the Mayor's fund relief campaign on air, where he was telling everyone that if they would like to donate to the Australia National Bank, the presenter on radio said, "Do you mean the ANZ Bank or the National Australia Bank?" And he very gruffly retorted that it was the Australia National Bank. But later we found out it was the National Bank. So it didn't give one a lot of confidence then, and I thought, well, perhaps, he's having a bad day. However, knowing people and being close to people who were severely impacted by the fire, you are emotionally involved. We are a community. We're all friends. People gave generously because they were emotionally connected. I gave $500. Other people did the same. And yet these people were struggling and nothing was done to help them. In fact, 2 of them attended a meeting that was held at the Soldiers Memorial Hall in Bundanoon, and the Mayor was there, and it was very clear to them that there had been no contingency planning, and nor had there been any planning after the event. The residents were concerned about having to pay rates and excess water rates due to the amount of water that was used, and the Mayor stated quite coldly back at them that there had been no plans for the ratepayers not to pay their rates. There had been no financial planning for that, and they would have to pay their rates. So, and that happened. They all had to pay their rates and excess water rates. And it wasn't until the public outcry and also the evidence of other councils giving them rate relief that the council refunded them what they had paid some months later. It was almost 6 months later. So I actually saw my friend who turned up at golf who would cry on my shoulder. So there was no compassion shown to people who were so traumatised, and yet we had, as a community, had given money to help them. And to this day, I don't know how those funds have been distributed.
I might start by asking you, how did you understand those monies would be spent when you were giving your generous donation?
Simply to help people who had been impacted by fire.
Just on that community meeting that you were just talking about, that was chaired by Mayor Gare?
Yes,
it
was.
Is that correct?
That's right.
What was your impression of how the community members felt at that meeting about the way that...
Betrayed.
Can you explain why?
There's no empathy for them at all, no compassion shown to them. In fact, it was almost like they had the audacity to speak or to even ask.
And is that something that you gained from both your impression of being there and from things people said to you during or after?
And the people that had told me weren't known to each other, so they hadn't colluded. So if enough people tell you that you have a problem, you usually have a problem.
And I take it that you came away from that meeting with the impression that the meeting helped rather than hurt rather than help the members who had attended?
It's just if someone had actually been nice or actually showed some compassion for the people, but there was no hand of help at all. In fact, one of the girls told me, she said, "I'm not even religious," and the only one that helped me was St Vincent de Paul.
Since that meeting in Bundanoon, what impression have you gained about the bushfire recovery response from the council?
Mismanaged.
And are we talking there about the council staff, or are we talking about the council laws, the governing body, or both, in your impression?
Well, I would hold the Mayor responsible because it was his fund relief and he was the one that spoke at the meeting. And I would have thought that some information would have been given to the general public on how the funds had been distributed. You know, there were rumours that and, you know, it's only hearsay, I know that, but enough people were talking about the fact that, you know, money had gone into over 100,000 into a horse stud, you know, and there were so many things in the area that the council had proposed to do, you know, rebuilding of the town hall and the, you know, the playhouse at Mittagong. There were so many things that hadn't been completed, and yet we've got enough money to put 100,000 into a horse stud. You know, you'd have to wonder about the common sense.
I'll come back to that in a second, but just in respect of the Bundanoon meeting and the bushfire recovery that followed it, was your sense then that there was a lack of civic leadership, both from the council and the mayor?
Not only lack of leadership, but a loss of trust in the ability to manage it.
And you gained that impression both from your own experiences and
Absolutely.
people that you
Personal
talked to,
experience.
is that correct? Back to the horse stud, can I ask, did you receive, I guess I could call it first-hand information about the expenditure of $100,000 on a horse stud, or was that information you received from other people?
Information that I received from other people, but I heard it more than once.
Quite. And you don't have to name those other people, at least at this stage, but do you know what the source of knowledge was of those people?
One of them regularly attends council meetings.
And was it their information that that allocation of $100,000 to the horse stud was something that had been discussed at the
I don't know that.
meeting?
In all honesty, I don't know that. I just was told that. And it is hearsay. I admit that it was hearsay, but I was told that story more than once
Yes.
by people who are unknown to each other.
Mr. Parrish, given this is a mayoral fund, I assume there would be a record within the council's records of how those funds were applied.
Yes.
Given that this is an issue which is obviously of some concern not only to this witness but others within the community, I think that record ought to be tendered. It doesn't have to be done now,
No,
of course, but
I understand.
it should be tendered
Yes.
when convenient.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, thank you, Commissioner. And this information that you received about the expenditure of $100,000 on a horse stud, how did that make you feel as someone who had donated money to the fund?
But what happens when you have a council that has the inability to react to circumstances, and I have other instances of that, which I hope I have the opportunity to tell you, you become apathetic. You become, there's no point in saying anything because nothing's going to happen anyway, because we have a council who does not have the ability to listen. And so what did I think about that? I just thought it was par for the course. Just, you hear it so many times over and over again by all the different fund groups that I'm in, and it was, even if you go out for dinner, it's what people talk about.
Can you tell the Commission about some other instances that
Yes.
you just referred to that led to that impression?
Well, this one is quite close to my heart. Sorry. In Easter last year, I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, which is cancer. I've had a lifetime of good health, and there's no evidence or history of cancer in my family. But at Easter last year, after a number of tests, I was told that I had multiple myeloma. At the time, I was living through a situation, living in Belmore Street at Bowral, where we were all being impacted by the fumes that were being emitted by the Bowral tip. It was 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It was constant. It had gone from bad to extremely bad over a number of months, and there was no end to it. I wrote to the council and explained my situation. Now, if anyone knows anything about cancer, the first thing that you learn is that your immune system is severely compromised, virtually no immunity. I knew that if I was to ingest that air, it could kill me. So I had no alternative other than to barricade myself into the house with all the windows closed, and I had towels under the door frame to stop the air from coming in, because it permeated through everything. I could describe the smell as decay, add sulphur to it, and it was so bad that if it got into your eyes would sting. Very soon I had an eye infection where I had to go to the hospital and my whole right eye was closed. Maybe I had rubbed my eye because my eyes were stinging. I had to be careful not to do that. If I went from the house to our external garage, which is not attached to the house, I would wear a jacket. I'd get into the car, I would take the jacket off and put the jacket in a plastic bag, and I would do the same on the return, because, as I said, the actual fumes permeated through everything. I was then very upset to hear that a young man who lives 3 doors down the street from me was also diagnosed with cancer, and he's undergoing treatment. So I guess it's drawing a long bow to suggest that the tip was the cause of my cancer and his cancer. But with all of us, there are cancer cells and they lie dormant. What is it that activates these cancer cells? Do I think that the tip may have activated cancer cells in me? I think maybe yes, because I would always be taking my dog for a walk and I thought, she'll be right, I'm healthy, it won't hurt me. And then this happened to me. I wrote to the council an impassioned plea for them to do something about it, and I received a standard letter that coldly told me that any complaints that I had to be referred to the Environmental Protection Authority, we all know as the EPA. I contacted them, and I was actually treated with respect. They were courteous. On one occasion that I phoned, when it would get really bad, I would ring, and I was so upset when I phoned one time that the lady called me half an hour later to ask me if I was okay. So I think that would be the treatment that I would have expected from the council. I would have also expected, when I wrote an impassioned plea, that I would have received from the council something like, Mrs. Stokel, I'm very sorry to hear of the problems that you're having with the fumes being emitted from the tip, and we are working with the EPA to do something about that, to eliminate it or to alleviate it, but instead they did nothing. So this raises so you go through the hurt and you go through the anger, and then you start to think, why is this? I am not living in a third world country, but I am living as if I am in a third world country. This tip is on the edge of town where I live. It is a built-up area. There are houses there. There is a medical centre. There is a shopping centre. There's Harris Farm markets. We have tourists coming into the area that were complaining about the smell. Why was this allowed to happen? So I ask, was there an environmental impact study done on this? Was the credibility of the tip owners, or were reference checks done on these people? Again, I've heard that there were problems in Canberra. I've heard that enough times that I would be checking on that. And instead of that, we then received notification that the council had agreed to them significantly increasing the capacity of rubbish coming into the tip. And this is whilst all this is happening. So the council actually rewarded them for their efforts. So how do I think about that? I think it's appalling that they did that. Nobody ever came out to our street. Nobody ever asked how we were managing. And there were people in my street who were very ill, particularly those who suffer from sinus or who have asthma. There were people who had headaches. There were people taken to hospital. And it sounds dramatic, but that's how it was. I'm under oath. That's how it was. And the council did nothing other than increase the capacity of rubbish into the tip. So much so that trucks are now arriving from Sydney. We're not even self-serving. We're having trucks come from Sydney to dump the load. And to add to that, which is also appalling, these people who have been fined now on a number of occasions for not complying, so they're not compliant, are now handling asbestos.
Can I just ask, was it 2010 you moved into the area?
Yes.
Has the tip fumes got worse over the years? Is it?
There was no tip in 2010.
When did the tip go in?
2019, I think. 2018, 19.
In your view, from what you've just said, do I take it that, in your view, the tip is too close to built-up areas? In its
Absolutely.
current placement?
It's right on the edge of town.
And can I just ask, in respect of the communications, or lack thereof, you've had with council, what form did those communications take? Letters addressed to specific people within the council? Or?
I sent it to the, no, I sent an email. I sent more than one email to the council. I can't remember who it was, but I did receive a reply back from the council. But I know I was one of a number of people that had written to the council. And like me, they stopped writing to the council because you got the same letter returned to you, which was just a standard letter. It was cold. And there are many, many complaints. When I spoke to the lady at the EPA, who was very patient, she said she was getting dozens of complaints a day.
Did you make initial inquiries as to who to send the email to at the council? Was that information easy to find, is my ultimate question?
I think I may have made a phone call. I'm going back now, a couple of, over a year ago. But I actually searched on the council website and wrote to the appropriate people. I could have written to the general manager and it was passed on. I can't remember, and I no longer have that email because at the end of all of this, look, we still get, occasionally you get a whiff, but it certainly is nothing like what it was. Yes. Thank you only to the EPA. So I can't be specific on that because I can't remember, but it would be on record.
Do I take it from your evidence that your general impression of communication with council on that matter was unresponsive and not particularly empathetic or cold, perhaps?
All of those. Sorry.
That's
okay.
okay.
I turned this off. Told the girl that I turned it off.
You missed the Commissioner's admonition yesterday, so...
Do you like the ringtone on my phone? There's a little bit of happiness there, isn't there?
It's never the standard ringtone that goes off in these situations, Ms. Stokoe.
Yes.
Now, when you say that there were multiple other people who were making complaints as well, how did you come into that information? You've already mentioned the EPA. Do you have neighbours who raise similar problems?
Yes. And there's people in the street and people that I would see and people that I know. My neighbour across the road who suffers sinus was very ill and she had constant headaches. And I said to her, you're going to have to close all of your windows and you're going to have to keep the air out. And she said, I can't sleep in a room that doesn't have air coming in. I said, you'd be better with no air than having to breathe that. Yes.
I was going to move on from the tip if you've got another question, Commissioner. Can I just go back to your submission for a moment? And you mentioned hearing an ABC interview with Mayor Gare just prior to the extension of the current standing down orders.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
I'll have to be honest and tell you that I never heard it myself, but 3 people who are independent of each other told me the same story, that he, prior to the election that was going to happen, he had gone on to ABC radio to say that when he is re-elected, he will be resuming all of the activities and all of the plans that he had. And the reason that they told me that is that our heart dropped, because we think, oh no, the Station Street upgrade will go ahead. And to be honest with you about that, I'm yet, under oath, yet to meet a single person who supported that.
I appreciate you just, in your answer, you just indicated that you didn't yourself hear it. Do you remember
That's right.
when you were told about it?
It was certainly toward the end of last year.
Yes. All right. And when you were told about it, how did that, when you were told about those comments, how did that make you feel?
I felt extremely worried that there would be a possibility that we could have a continuation of what we've had in the past.
Why did that cause you
Worry?
Yes.
I was certainly worried about the Station Street upgrade, because that's right at my doorstep.
Yes. Any other issues with the governing body?
I would have to say that one has no confidence in the ability or the intelligence of the council, the inability to have just common sense. I think what most people would want in a council is a council that listens. I think the best skill a council could have is one of listening, and not to be able to respond to the needs and wants of their constituents, just to be able to do for whatever reason what they want to do.
Was there a perception, well, did you have the perception that's what was happening?
Yes.
There wasn't?
Yes.
They weren't and was that a perception that was shared by others in your
Yes.
networks in the community?
Yes. It's interesting, having come from Sydney, but living in a community such as Bowral, people become quite close. Your relationships become more personal. I mean, in Sydney, for example, you wouldn't call into someone's house with that. You ring and see if it's all right, but people pop in. And people together are concerned about things that happen in their community. And you share their grief. You share their worries. And as I said, I'm yet to meet someone who actually, I suppose other than the mayor and some councillors, that actually supported the Station Street upgrade.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
I don't hear any further questions, Commissioner.
All right. Is there anything else in addition to the matters you've raised in your evidence that you would wish to draw to my attention?
I know that a lot of people will mention the Station Street upgrade, but I live there. The disappointment one day I had when I was driving out of my street, I could see that trees had already been felled at the southern end of the street. And it was reported that these trees had come down during the night because they didn't want protesters getting in the way of the trees being felled.
Reported by whom?
Pardon?
Where did you become aware of those reports?
Well, there's a lady that attends council meeting, and it was apparently said at council,
I see.
which
So
would be on record.
Someone in the community
Yep.
informed you. Yep.
But the trees weren't there, and they had come down in the middle of the night because I had gone there the day before. And quite honestly, you don't have to be Einstein to work out that if there's too much traffic coming onto that street, that you would divert through traffic going south. You would divert it long before that part of the traffic, long before it got to that street. And in fact, the upgrade would actually have worsened the situation, because they were diverting traffic up Bowral Road, which is already gridlocked for people turning into, I don't know if you know the area, but there's Harris Farm Market is on the corner, and to access Harris Farm Market is by a single, only wide enough, a laneway to fit one car. So if you're turning in there, you have to wait for cars to come out and be aware of oncoming traffic. It's already, many times, I have to turn that street because you can't turn right into my street, into Belmore Street, so I go up that way to go home. And many times I've been stuck on Station Street because I can't turn left up the street. Well, then you have to bear in mind that all the traffic was going up that street. And there was no provisions for Harris Farm to upgrade that driveway, so it would have caused further damage. As a resident, I was also concerned that the car parks were going to be taken away, particularly the car park at the railway station and the council advised that we would have to go to Mittagong railway station or to Mossvale railway station if you wanted to park your car. Well, again, common sense hasn't been exercised because the access between Bowral and those two railway stations is by single carriageway. They are already congested in peak hour. So if you were commuting daily, you would not only have to contend that, you would have to also be all of the extra traffic that would have otherwise gone to Bowral Station. So it's just very poor. And I know the hundreds of thousands of dollars. See, and the other thing about it as well is that we are in an area that is growing. There is so much development happening in the area. It's another thing that people are happy or not, it doesn't matter. But for the purposes of today, the population here is growing exponentially. And so therefore, what the problem that exists now is going to exponentially increase. So therefore, the traffic onto that road will increase, and there's no provision at all to relieve anyway the volume of traffic onto that road. So basically, I'm saying to you, it was a waste of money.
Yes, I understand. All right, that completes your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming along.
Apologise for my phone.
No, that's quite all right. These things happen. And thank you for waiting patiently.
I'd just like to add that I am in remission now.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I'm very pleased to hear that. Is there any reason why witness ought not be excused, Mr. Parrish?
No, Commissioner.
All right, you're excused from further attendance under your summons and you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see the time. We'll adjourn until 2:10. Thank you. All right, we'll resume. Mr. Parrish?
Commissioner, I might start by tendering a document that arose through the course of this morning. Do you have, Commissioner, a copy of the expenditure of $1 million disaster recovery funding arrangement? That's
Yes.
the title of the document.
Yes, I have that.
That was a document which was shown at the Southern Villages community meeting on 20 January 2020, at the Northern Villages meeting on 21 January 2020, and relates that Southern Villages meeting to the meeting that Ms. Haslinger was at this morning.
Yes, it's a copy of a PowerPoint presentation, is it?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Exhibit G will be a copy of a PowerPoint presentation headed expenditure of $1 million disaster recovery funding arrangement delivered at 2 community meetings on 20 and 21 January 2020. And a copy of that will be available on the website shortly.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, your next witness?
The next witness I am calling is Mr. Nick Wilton.
Mr. Wilton, you're required to give your evidence either by virtue of an oath or an affirmation. Which would you prefer? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give to this inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. Mr. Parrish?
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. Can I just ask your background? Can you tell me where you live, how long you've lived in the Shire, if you live in the Shire, and what your vocation is?
Yeah, so I live in Newcastle. I've been with Wingecarribee Shire Council between 2013 and 2021 for a period of approximately 8 years. Previous to that, I've had about 18 years experience in local government, working across a number of different local government areas, including semi-metro, regional, and also rural councils.
Thank you.
No worries.
Appreciating that roles may change over a time in an organisation, what was the nature of your role when you first commenced at the council in 2013?
So I was the Group Manager of Planning, Development and Regulatory. The titles did change over that period of time. I started out as the Group Manager of Development Services, and then there was also a strategic land use planning component or portfolio that was added to that portfolio about midstream.
Who did you report to in your role?
So I reported to the Deputy General Manager, Corporate Strategy and Development.
Was that the same person the entire time you were at the council?
No.
Who was that person over different periods?
So the original person was Mr. Phil Marshall. He was the Deputy General Manager, Operations, and that changed about approximately 2014 or 15, towards the beginning of 2015, where it was I report to Mr. Mark Pepping.
As you may know, this inquiry is predominantly into the roles and responsibilities of councillors. How much interaction did you have with councillors in your day-to-day role?
Yeah, so in accordance with my delegations, I was allowed to speak to councillors in terms of fielding inquiries that they may have. On occasion, inquiries would come about as a result of development applications, would come about as a result of compliance-related matters. Originally, pretty much dating back to 2013, I was always involved with the council in terms of delivering council reports. I would have to attend council meetings, I'd attend briefing sessions, I'd take the councillors out on site to brief them in relation to development matters.
In respect of your delegation to field inquiries from councillors, were there any time restrictions or content restrictions on what inquiries you could respond to and what you should not respond to?
No. So the only restrictions in relation to that were in relation to speaking to state government officials, which might be members of parliament, which was done through the general manager.
Thank you. And so those inquiries could come at any time and not just in the briefings sessions, is that correct?
That's correct.
And appreciating that this is over a large period of time, but did you generally receive inquiries at all times?
Yes.
And in your experience in the 2016 to 2020 term, were those inquiries of a similar nature and frequency to previous terms?
Yes.
Can I ask you a few questions about the briefings? These were the meetings that were held before the council meeting every second Wednesday, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose was to provide information to councillors so that they would be properly informed for the meeting that
That is
evening.
correct.
Were you the chair or the person who headed those meetings, or did someone else head those meetings generally?
No, it was generally headed by the general manager or the deputy general manager. I was in attendance on occasion if those staff or senior executive weren't available. On occasion I would chair those meetings, but it was very rare.
And were the briefings you were involved in specifically planning committee briefings, or was it a general information session for all councillors?
It was a general information session for all councillors.
What proportion in your experience did planning matters take up in these briefing meetings?
I would say possibly about 75%.
These were quite busy meetings from your point of view, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you had to attend the meeting in the evenings or
Correct.
the late afternoons and provide information there as well.
Correct.
So a big day every second Wednesday, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe your impressions of these meetings in general terms? Were they well handled? Were they civil? Were they productive?
Look, these meetings, as a prelude to those meetings, sometimes I would take the councillors out on site as part of that briefing to give a full appreciation and understanding of the development merits relating to those proposals. I found those meetings quite good for the councillors to get a comprehensive understanding on, kicking the dirt and understanding what's going on in the actual site itself. Moving from that, we would then move into those meetings that you're talking about, which would then give us the ability to then step the councillors through development matters, the merits of applications, field any questions or queries that they may have. From time to time, some of these matters were quite complex planning matters that we would have to take them through the actual legislation in order for them to understand. In terms of the running of those meetings, the majority of them, in my view, ran quite smoothly, but there were a few where there was less productive meetings, if I could say it that way.
Were there any themes or commonalities in the meetings that did not run so smoothly?
Look, if I could say it, there'd be some councillors that would be passionate about certain matters and would like to argue certain issues. Sometimes that councillors wouldn't listen to each other. That's all I can add.
I won't ask you to identify individual councillors now, but can you just tell me what those hot button issues were that did stir councillors sometimes?
Look, sometimes councillors would take a certain passion they would have in relation to, say for instance, tree matters. And, on occasion there'd be other times where they would feel that objectors weren't being heard or applicants weren't being heard, and therefore that would then trigger a certain response by certain councillors.
Just on the example that you gave of tree matters, in your experience, is this something that was unique to councillors or this Shire Council, or were there certain matters which naturally caused more passion than others in the community?
Look, in this local government area, you do have a very engaged community, which is a good thing in being engaged in council processes, but also too that you have a development industry that's very keen to ensure that there is progress, and obviously you need to find balance between those two in council discharging its responsibilities. And council laws can sometimes get caught up in that process in terms of not only representing objectors or representing the applicant, and that sometimes too can cause aggravation.
Bearing in mind that you were at the council in the earlier term, the 2010 to 2016 term, was there anything different or notable in the 2016 to 2020 term that was different or from the way it had previously run in respect of the committee meetings and the issues which caused more discussion?
I think it was pretty consistent between the two terms, to be honest. In relation to the later times, there seemed to be issues that would come up that would cause a heated discussion, if I could say it that way, in relation to certain matters. Yeah, that's all I can add.
Mr. Wilton, a couple of times in your answers so far, you've referred to councillors being passionate and arguing points of view, and there being points of contention. When that occurred, how did that play out? Was it forceful debate? Did it descend to inappropriate behaviours?
Look, what I could explain is that sometimes councils needed more information in order to be fully informed relating to a development. So sometimes we would try and address that by providing further explanation of the merits of certain applications or certain issues that were being experienced with those types of applications. There were, on occasion, certain councillors that, in my view, sought to stir the pot, if I can say it that way, in relation to matters. Sometimes that council staff would go into those meetings and wouldn't feel comfortable, given the nature of the push and shove that was going on at the time.
And was that a feature of a particular time from 2016 onwards, or would it happen from time to time throughout the period?
It would happen from time to time throughout the period, but it did become more noticeable towards the end of the period.
And just before I hand back to Mr. Parrish, before I forget, in one answer you drew attention to the engaged community and the balance that needs to be struck between community interests and development. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Correct.
And I thought you had said that some of the councillors needed to find balance between representing objectors or applicants.
That's correct.
What did you mean by councillors representing objectors or applicants?
Yeah, so from time to time an objector would contact a councillor and express their views in relation to a development, whether they wanted to see it proceed or not. Sometimes, councillors would express those views in relation to certain developments. Again, we play a straight bat and we have a merit-based assessment that we provide recommendations based on. That doesn't sway our views, but in those meetings sometimes those views could come out from either side in relation to either applicants or objectors.
And when they would come out, are you describing that in the context of the heated debate or just in general discussion?
Sometimes general discussion, but sometimes in heated debate as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
That advocacy by councillors from time to time on behalf of particular applicants, did you in your own experience find that unhelpful or inappropriate, or is that just a part of the planning process in New South Wales?
Given my experience across a number of different local government areas, that is a process that happens right across the majority of councils that I've worked for. From time to time, councillors see their role as representing the community, and look, at the end of the day, as I said before, we provide a merit assessment based on the facts of the matter and how it's reported up. We provide our recommendations independent of any of those discussions.
Just turning to the meetings themselves, you were required to attend these meetings, that's correct, isn't it? And you were to provide a report and a recommendation in respect of the planning matters that were before the council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you experienced a broad cross-section of meetings from 2016 to 2021. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
What was your general impression about the conduct and behaviour in the meetings over the entire period to start with?
Look, it was fairly consistent, I think, right across the term. As I said to you before, that sometimes there was some pretty strong debate between councillors in relation to development matters. As I mentioned, towards the end of the term, there were councillors, in my view, that were causing disruption within the council in order to get give effect to the business that was being considered at the time.
Do you have any view on why there was a change in the tenor of the meetings and why the disruption was occurring towards the end of the term?
I think it may just come down to personal views on matters.
Did it broadly coincide with COVID and the move online, or was that something which was existing pre-pandemic, as it were?
I think it was happening pre-online and pre-pandemic.
Thank you. And just in respect of the previous term, at least from 2010 to 2016, was there any significant shift in your impression of the tenor of the meetings after 2016, or was it broadly consistent with the previous term in your experience?
Again, it was broadly consistent right across the board, but as I said, towards the end of the term, the last term, it was becoming less favourable, if I can say that way.
That less favourable conduct towards the end of the term, how did that affect your ability to do your job in the role that you played in those meetings?
Look, it was difficult to be able to deliver development applications and also strategic planning reports relating to those meetings. Obviously, on occasion, there was also cause for the mayor to actually shut the meeting down, which then impacted upon the delivery of those decisions relating to those applications.
And from a morale point of view, as a member of staff working at the council and someone who was spending time effectively after hours dealing with these matters, even though it's part of your job description, how did that affect you in that respect?
Look, I'm a pretty resilient person, if I can say it that way, but at the same time too, just the aggressiveness of individual councillors, I wouldn't say the council as a whole, but individual councillors did impact upon staff morale within the section and also upon management as well.
Was it your impression that the morale of other staff were affected as well as yourself when dealing with the behaviour in those sorts of meetings?
Look, I think that they would have seen that behaviour roll out via the online meetings, but they weren't actually exposed to it at a staff level because they were more removed from those meetings.
You were a group manager, which I take it to mean you managed people who were working in your silo or reporting to you. Did you have any feedback from them about how specifically dealing at the moment with council behaviour in meetings might affect them?
Yes, look, I had about 50 odd staff right across my portfolio areas, so everything, a diverse range of staff from town planners to certifiers to development engineers, strategic planners, business support, regulatory services, animal shelter, ranger services. So across those different disciplines, it was mainly in relation to planning related issues where they would come to me and have some concern in relation to the way that applications were or weren't being dealt with. And I don't say that as a whole, but I say it as certain councillors were taking it upon themselves to bring disrepute to the council, and that was having an impact upon staff. I do remember one staff member saying to me one day that they had concerns about being able to get reports presented to council and determined in a timely manner because of the disruption that was occurring.
Yeah. Do you feel comfortable telling the inquiry which councillors were being reported to you as bringing the council into disrepute?
Yes, Councillor Turland.
I think in your answers you mentioned Councillor Laws. Is there anyone else in that category?
It's mainly Councillor Turland that I would suggest. There were from time to time other councillors that would interject and join in on that type of behaviour, but it was very rare.
And who were they?
Councillor Scandrett was another one.
Anyone else?
That's it.
Thank you.
And to be clear, some of your impression is drawn from reports you were getting from staff who reported to you about their behaviour, is that correct?
That's correct.
We've dealt there with councillors in meetings. More broadly, we heard some evidence this morning about interactions with the community, which people who gave evidence said was by and large less than satisfactory. Obviously in the Shire, people may know each other and it may be a bit more informal, and there's media reports as well. Was there any behaviour of councillors as reported through media or just in society in general which affected either your morale or of people who reported to you?
Yeah, look, there was a lot of play out of issues through the media from time to time, both printed media, on the radio. Sometimes I'd arrive at work in the morning and other staff would be commenting on news articles that were happening on the radio on the way to work. It did have an effect on staff morale, but at the same time too, I tried to work with the staff and advise them that, at the end of the day, they're doing the best in terms of their roles and their responsibilities in order to discharge certain matters that they're trying to achieve for the community. And at the council level, yes, whilst it does impact upon staff morale, at the same time too, they just need to refocus on those efforts in terms of discharging their responsibilities.
In your experience, did you ever witness interference in planning decisions that, in your view, went outside the bounds of proper inquiries and matters that you've already given evidence to today?
No.
By who?
Pardon?
By who?
Any councillor,
No.
I should say. Thank you, Commissioner. Was any interference ever reported to you from the staff whom you manage, from councillors?
No.
One of the matters reported on by the interim administrator to the minister was a perception of a toxic culture within the staff at council. What was your impression of the culture at council? Do you agree with the interim administrator's view on that?
Look, are you referring to the toxic culture within council generally, or is it within my group?
Or within the council generally,
Yeah.
the general staff?
Look, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a toxic culture. I would go as far as saying that there was a culture at times within council that wouldn't be consistent with what I would say to be a functioning council, a proper functioning council.
There was also reference to reputational damage and work health and safety issues. Did you ever, can you give me your impressions on that? Do you agree, disagree with that, or want to qualify it?
Look, from a perspective of a workplace health and safety issue, executive and senior staff that would attend council meetings on occasion would be really feeling that there was almost bullying that was occurring in those meetings. There were certain reputational issues that come about as a result of that, not only for senior staff but also for the council as well.
Thank you. Did you ever experience at either council meetings or in any other public forum, councillors commenting negatively about staff? Was that something you ever witnessed?
Look, from time to time there was general comments made, but there's nothing specific that comes to mind at the moment, but there would have been over that period of time.
Did any of the staff who report to you ever tell you about witnessing negative comments being made about staff in meetings or at public forums?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Thank you.
I want to ask you about a specific DA. We're not in this inquiry relitigating the merits of specific DAs.
For sure.
But I'm interested in learning about the process of a particular DA that was raised in a submission. And that was a construction of 10 townhouses at 1 to 3 Hurlingham Avenue in Barrett. That was to be for aged and disabled housing pursuant to SEP 5. Do you remember that or have any memory of that whatsoever?
I do have a recollection of a development application in Hurlingham Avenue, but in terms of the merits...
Quite. I might ask you a few questions about process, and if you can recall,
sure.
then you can. There seems to be the suggestion that the commencement of construction on the land to avoid a lapsing of the DA was something that was not properly dealt with by council. Can I just ask you, as a general question first, what the process the planning department would go through when dealing with a contentious issue like that, whether or not construction had commenced?
Yeah. So from time to time, we do get development applications that have a 5-year lapsing date in relation to those matters. With the 5-year lapsing date, sometimes developers will obtain a construction certificate, and what they will do is they will then commence certain components of that DA in order to get what they call physical commencement. There are provisions under the Act which deal specifically with that, so it has to be building subdivision work, and there is case law around that in terms of what actually needs to occur. Now, sometimes a developer can come and contact council. They can provide evidence associated with physical commencement, so that may be a peg in the ground for subdivision work or some engineering plans that have been acted upon. It may be footings in relation to a building. Once physical commencement is achieved, then the consent remains valid for life.
If there was some doubt or some reason to think that the decision may be scrutinised, would you seek legal advice, either internally or externally?
Absolutely.
And do I take it that if you're confident that it had complied with both the relevant sections of the Act and case law, you could be confident that you could make that decision yourself? Is that about the way it went? Do you have any specific memory of the procedure for determining whether construction had commenced at 1 to 3 Hurlingham Avenue in Barrett?
Not specifically in relation to that DA, but again, it would have been a situation where footings would have had to be put down and a construction certificate would have had to be issued.
Thank you. Can I just ask you about DA processing times, particularly between 2016 and 2020? It's been the subject of some submissions. Do you accept that the DA processing times were slower than average in the council over that period?
2016 to 2020, I would suggest that at a operational level, so under delegation, we had the statistics down to an average, at my time of departure in June last year, was down to an average of 39 days for general DAs. And we also set up a responsive outcomes unit, which was an initiative not only of the council that wanted to see development happening around housing. We had those applications in new release areas were down to an average net of 9 days. A significant improvement from what we'd had in the past.
What do you ascribe that improvement to? Was it the responsive outcome unit, or was it staffing increases? Was it regulatory changes?
Okay, so there was a number of initiatives that we brought to the table in terms of that. So creating a stronger front end, making sure that we only accept applications that were completed at time of lodgement. In the past, historically, council has accepted any type of application, which then causes delays when the assessing officer gets that application and is unable to undertake their assessment because certain components are missing. So making sure that, that the Schedule 1 requirements are met and making sure that the content or the information that's submitted is to the required standard. Moving on from that, we established a clearinghouse arrangement where a number of managers and coordinators would screen applications that were coming in to, again, provide that second line of defence. We then provided a significant amount of effort in setting up council's internal processes relating to our operating systems. We developed in excess of 700 new templates. We revised all the legislation. We set up group conditions relating to those different types of development to make sure that those applications could be determined in a responsive manner. We also made sure that there was consistency right across the board in terms of those types of applications that were prepared through that system. We had directions meetings where we met with staff. We went through their applications. We provided specific instruction on how to get those applications out, whether it would be providing conditions of consent to make developments comply, or it could have been a situation where we asked the applicant to withdraw if they weren't serious about proceeding with that development. We put in place a peer review system to make sure there was consistency across applications. So again, having another staff member review the consent that's been, or the notice of determination that's been prepared before it goes out to make sure that there's no issues relating to that proposal. And sometimes too, that was a good catch-all because some things may have been omitted or missed, and it provided that level of extra protection for council in that regard. In terms of those applications as well, we had a situation where some staff were carrying in the development assessment area between 25 and 50 applications each. Some of the certifiers were carrying on the smaller type applications up to 100 applications each. So it was a matter of working with the staff to make sure that they felt supported in order to be able to do their job.
I'm sorry, those reforms, like if I can put it that way that you've just described, when were they introduced?
So the General Manager of the day, Anne Prendergast, and also the Council Laws were resolute that they wanted greater focus on development and more responsive outcomes for the community. That was instituted around 2015, 2016, and it really started to come into play around 2017 by the time we'd set up all of the processes around that in the initiative.
Yes, and I think you gave some statistics at about June last year. How did that compare with times that might have been experienced from 2016 onwards? Was there a tracked reduction in time?
Yeah. Look, in this term of council, we had to basically clean up a lot of data that was involved in terms of the data capture. So I couldn't put hand on heart and rely upon the information that we were getting between 2013 and 2016, if I could say it that way. But if I looked at it just from raw data, anywhere between 80 and 100 days for standard applications. So there was a significant improvement. And it was as a result of the council having that commitment and the General Manager providing that commitment of the day to make sure that we obviously had the resources to be able to do it, but also provided that mandate to bring these improvements in place.
And I thought at the beginning of the answer to this line of questions, you drew a distinction between what you described as general DAs and others.
Yes.
What do you put within the category of general DAs?
Yeah, so general DAs would be everything from dual occupancies to medium density residential development to subdivisions to commercial industrial type applications. The other types of applications would be residential, essentially, so single residential houses or secondary dwellings.
And the 39 days average was for general DAs?
General DAs.
And do you have an idea about the others?
The others, in relation to new release areas, which was the Responsive Outcomes Unit initiative that we developed, was down to 9 days.
And any other DA not within that scheme? Is there a separate time frame?
That's the catch-all with the 39 days.
I see, thank you.
Yep.
And these are DAs being dealt with under delegation, is that right?
That's correct.
Is there what were the outcomes for DAs that weren't dealt with under?
Look, I can't account for the local planning panel or the Southern Region Planning Panel.
Let's deal with the period before that was introduced.
Yeah.
So in the lead up to the Minister's order for suspension, for example.
Those applications would be included in that went to full council as well.
Yes, all right.
Yep.
And was there a time frame for an average time frame for development applications that went through that process?
No, it wasn't separated, no.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish.
Just picking up on something the Commissioner asked then, was there any triage or selection process of which planning matters went up to council, or did all DAs go up to council?
So in, I think it was, if memory serves me correctly, I think it was 2017, 2018, I provided a briefing to the councillors in relation to the types of applications that would go to full council. Those matters centred around issues relating to temporary use of land, or clause 2.8. There was significant departures from council's development standards that we weren't able to either negotiate with the applicant to bring them back in line in terms of inside the controls. And there was also a process where councillors could call up applications either via 2 signatures outside of a council meeting, or it was done via a report that went to council detailing all the applications that came in within that month, and the councillors would then would resolve by council resolution to call up those applications.
Just in respect of the temporary use of land applications, there may be a perception, or I'll put it to you that there may be a perception amongst hospitality groups and industries that, for instance, holding a wedding or a concert or something like that was a process that required consent from council that was unnecessarily cumbersome or problematic. Is that something you experienced in your role as group manager?
Look,
that perception, I should say, to start with?
There was a perception on both sides. So there was a perception from, function centre applicants that were wishing to seek to use that provision in order for their development to proceed. But there was also a perception too from applicants and objectors where clause 2.8 was basically abrogating or was eroding council's controls in relation to the zoning context. The clause 2.8 provisions are very, very tight in terms of ensuring there's no amenity issues relating to those developments in order for council to approve those types of developments.
Clause 2.8, you're referring to the DCP, or
clause 2.8
what planning instrument are you referring to?
Of the Wingecarribee Local Environment Plan.
Of the LEP. In your experience, was there anything, I'll withdraw that, I'll put it another way. Did you think the planning instruments were sufficient and appropriate to allow you to do your job as a group manager?
Look, in terms of the Local Environment Plan, I believe that over a period of time we've done a number of administrative amendments to that plan in order to make sure that it was fit for purpose. There was a number of strategies that council developed, including the housing strategy, local strategic planning statements, input documents in relation to any amendments that needed to occur. In relation to council's development control plans, they were, I did receive feedback from the community and also from council staff that they were overly cumbersome and difficult on occasion to use. But that is something that we were focused on developing a new comprehensive DCP that would incorporate those comments that were made by both staff and also the industry.
Was that feedback valid in your opinion, or is that something as a person who's in the planning space, it's just the slings and arrows of dealing with the competing stakeholders?
Look, given that council wanted to achieve protection of the community and protection of local streetscapes and the overall amenity of the Shire, that is why, as a result of those documents being so comprehensive as they are, that creates the environment in which the community wants to live.
Can I ask you briefly about heritage matters, because there may be a perception that the use of the phrase heritage can just be used as a weapon rather than a shield. Can you explain to the Commission how the heritage issues come up, what those heritage issues tended to be in your experience and how they were handled in your experience?
Yeah, so in relation to heritage matters, generally they're included either on the local register under Schedule 5 of the LEP, or they're included on the state register. When a development application is lodged with council and it triggers those requirements, council staff would refer it to a contractor, a heritage advisor, who would provide advice in relation to those matters. Now, the assessment staff would obviously receive that advice, and then they would take that into consideration as part of their merit assessment of the proposal. From time to time, we would have to get the heritage advisor to explain certain matters that were being requested. in order to achieve an outcome. At the end of the day, with heritage type issues, we also had an in-house resource as well that we would sometimes rely upon to provide independent advice if there was any conjecture between the assessing officer and the heritage advisor.
In your experience, was that something that was brought up with some frequency by councillors when they were expressing their disagreement with the approval of a development application?
Sometimes, yes.
In your experience, having worked at other councils as well, was that anything unusual to the Shire Council or the 2016-2020 term?
No, but there is a lot of heritage items within the local government area, and therefore that triggers that requirement more frequently than what it would in a lot of other local government areas.
Do you have anything to ask at this stage, Commissioner?
No, you continue.
I think I've gone as far as I wish.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Mr. Wilton, I was going to ask you about your observations of the interactions between the councillors and the executive staff. And I'm directing my questions particularly to the course of the 2016 term. I take it you had relatively frequent occasion to observe those interactions?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Nodding doesn't get picked up on the
Yes.
transcript.
Yes.
How would you describe them?
Look, for the majority of the time they were professional in terms of the interactions between both the executive and also the councillors. On occasion, again, there could be unrest, if I could say it that way. Yeah, that could come up as a variety of different issues or matters that the council has had, and on occasion, I have seen where councillors get quite abusive and abrupt in delivery of their communication.
Was it a good working relationship to your observation for that period?
Oh, at times it was trying and difficult.
And you've made some observations about the end of the term in relation to what happened at meetings. What about the working relationship between the executive and the councillors in that period?
Yeah, look, it was tried. It was strained at times.
Did that have an effect on the organisation, do you think?
Look, from the perspective that it did have an effect from the perspective that obviously that no one wants to see those types of issues unfold in front of council staff and that sort of thing, especially in meetings, in public meetings.
What about? Do you think there was trust between the executive and the councillors at that time? That is towards the end of the term.
I think with some councillors there was trust. With other councillors there was mistrust.
And what about going the other way, councillors to the executive staff? To your observation, the executive staff, I'll deal with it in a number of chunks. Were the executive staff well regarded by the councillors throughout the 2016 term?
Look, again, there were certain councillors that weren't, but there were councillors that were.
And again, did that manifest towards the end of the term, or was it consistent throughout?
I think it was fairly consistent throughout.
Right. And were you able to observe whether the executive staff were trusted by the councillors in that period?
Look, I think that the mayor of the day was trusting of council's general manager and also the senior executive staff. I think there were other councillors too that had some level of respect and were trusting of them, but there were some councillors that made it very well known that they weren't.
And who were they?
Again, Councillor Tell.
Anyone else?
Councillor Scandrett on occasion.
That's all I have for this witness, Mr. Parrish.
Nothing arises for me from that.
It had been brought to my attention that there may be an application to be made at this stage. I don't know whether that's happening.
I'm sorry, no.
There's no application? All right. Mr. Wilton, is there anything you would wish to draw to my attention before we complete your evidence, or anything you would wish to add or clarify from your evidence today?
No, I don't think so. The only thing that I've got to raise is that I know that there was a report that was prepared for the administrator in relation to the planning operations of council. I do reject some of the basis in which that report's been provided. I think some of the observations and some of the matters that have been provided in that don't provide an accurate picture of what's actually happening within the organisation.
Can you give me some more specifics about that?
Well, there's a number of matters that have been made in relation to not only recommendation but observations within there that haven't actually been tested, in my view.
Well, Mr. Parrish, where?
Yes, I might just tick that out.
Exhibit B?
Yeah.
Sorry, to the transcribers, I've just deafened them by smashing the microphone. I'll just have it shown to you, Mr. Wilton, just so I can have some context of what you're addressing your comments to. It's Exhibit B, page... Which page, Mr. Brook? You're waiting for me to tell you?
Yeah.
All right. It's 434. Exhibit P, page 434.
Yes,
That's
the
the
righting
correct-
the wrong. That's correct. The
Yes.
righting the wrongs
Yes.
report.
Just have that shown to the witness. This is the report you were referring to, Mr. Wilton?
That's correct.
All right. Take a moment to flick through it if you need, but if you could just draw my attention to the areas that you had in mind in the comments you made a moment ago. Take your time.
Oh, there's a number of different matters, like, for instance, no triaging of requests, interference by councillors to predetermined recommendations. There's a lot of things in there, a lot of issues that have been raised that haven't actually been tested, in my view.
When you say not tested, what do you mean?
Well, there needs to be further inquiries made in relation to those issues, and it really needs to be put to the staff or put to certain people in the organisation, as opposed to those matters just being raised and then just being placed in a report.
Yes. Well, you're directing your attention, are you, on page 435 to the themes arising from interviews with staff members?
That's correct, yeah.
All right. Any other part of the report? Was that the one that...
Again, a lot of the observations being made by the public, and then also observations made by Ernest Consulting. Like, I could go through each individual one of those line items. It's probably not efficient in this forum to do that, but there's a lot of different things in there that have been raised, again, that haven't actually been tested, or there hasn't actually been further investigation.
When you say not tested, I'm not sure I follow. Did you have it? Were you part of the process?
Very early on, but the meeting was for about 5 or 10 minutes, and that was
Right.
it.
All right. I think I understand what you say. Is you just don't agree with some of the conclusions that were
The veracity
reached. Is
of the
that right?
conclusions, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Anything arising, Mr. Parrish?
So were you still at the council at the time you were interviewed, or had you left by that stage?
No, I was at the council at that stage.
I take it that other members of staff who reported to you were interviewed for this as well?
That's correct.
Did you get any feedback from them about whether they felt like they were able to canvass issues and identify issues when they were asked?
Not at any great extent. So there was one issue that was raised to me by one of my managers at the time, where he was asked during that meeting to write off legal proceedings that council didn't actually commence. It was actually commenced by a member of the community.
And are you saying that was something that was asked by Ernest Consulting.
That's correct.
Nothing further from me, Commissioner.
All right, that completes your evidence. Is there any reason why Mr. Wilton can't be excused from your summons? Right. Thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
Appreciate that answering a summons takes you away from your earning activities. It's much appreciated. You're now excused from further attendance. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Parrish, is that all of the evidence for today?
That's all our witnesses for today, Commissioner. That's correct.
And has a list for tomorrow been published on the website?
We're in the throes of being able to put up on the website a list which completes this week.
I see.
So we'll set out all the witnesses to be called, which will be placed on the door immediately after we conclude the hearings.
All right. Just for the benefit of those who may be watching, can you or Mr. Parrish tell me who's coming tomorrow?
Of course. We have Jan Wilson, first thing in the morning, followed by Alan Olsen in the morning, and we hope to examine Mark Bourne in the afternoon.
Does the list that's going to be published have times on it, like the one I saw today?
Yes.
For the benefit of those who may read the list, the times are a guide only, as they would have experienced from today. Sometimes witnesses take slightly longer or slightly shorter than we expect. But I'm glad to hear that the rest of the week will go up this afternoon. Is there any further matters that I need to deal with this afternoon?
No, Commissioner.
All right, we'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.